there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in. As always, thank you for putting in some wows in at wow time, and always appreciate the always full pint of Guinness too, Sunjammer. Hop in your airplane, we got some Greek island hopping to do, and it's time to fly. Hey there, welcome, excuse me, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Kalispera, welcome to Greece. A very great place to go and just chill out and fly your airplane and get some really nice pictures and some really nice landings as well. We've got a really nice arrival. Well, actually, the departure is pretty entertaining as well, too. Chase T. Droid is here, T-Bird's here, Tim J is here. Heavy weather, welcome aboard, and thank you for coming on in today. Super duper happy Sunday to you. There's also a VATSIM event today in Colombia. They've been doing a lot more VATSIM events in Colombia lately. Departing out of Cali. I think we've got airplanes for all of airports for all of these today. Chania over to Rhodes is our first flight today. Cali to Pasto. We've been to that one before. That's got a pretty cool terminal. And then we've also got the West Coast event up in Canada. So probably starting to run out of Timbits, so we need to do that as well. Hawk Driver is here. Pratt PT, welcome aboard to you. As we were just getting going, Beautiful Disaster came in with a very nice resub for 20 months, and CLP7's been here for 30 months. Thank you for the extra support, the very nice jet fuel and the flight plan. Welcome on aboard. Let's get going. As you can see, I've got my favorite Aegean airliner here, all set and ready to go. We don't have any really good jetways at this airport. Pasto, that's right. I was just looking, I was checking, I usually check out the airports that we go to. And Pasto Airport is on a bluff, and it's kind of a steep bluff too, as I recall. FlightSim Aviation's going to join the island hop today. Welcome aboard. Rosario, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. YVR, let's see, Vancouver is probably where we're departing from. Not sure where we're going to go yet. We'll wait and see where there's some ATC. Wabi is out of Timbits. Okay, so yeah, we'll do the West Coast weekends event there too. Laxon's checking in from Boda. Welcome, Laxon. Thank you for coming by today. Pratt PT says spy hat and probably a little bit of a hydrate as well too. Wildfire smokes all over the place out there. So I say best thing for us to do is to hop into the plane and get going. Let's not do Pasto. Oh, in the Fokker, and just say we did. Yeah, you need an airplane that's not too big, but you also need an airplane that's not too terribly unpowerful either. So taking an airplane that, you know, has like hair dryers and stuff like that, I kind of feel like is very, very sound simulated aviation advice there. I mean, yeah, that definitely for sure. Henrik is back in chat. Henrik Kofud Hansen, welcome to you on YouTube. Captain Quinn is here. Captain Quinn says we should do Vancouver to YYZ. That would be a WestJet Max. Calgary, right? Captain Quinn? Let's see. Loviz will see us in Cali. You're going to take care of some stuff. Loviz flew into Baghdad this morning for an event. Loviz has been doing some really big early morning events lately. And it can follow the RNAV approach at night. Yeah, it's not going to be the best of visibility, I'm thinking, either. Just getting the airplane all turned on here today. Canadian Bears in. Last time, Loviz and JSG Droid did take the Fokker. So they weren't fuckering around, but there you go. YYZ is Toronto. Don't know if we want to go all the way from Vancouver to Toronto. That's kind of a long flight. That's a little bit of a long one. You know, we'll probably maybe go up to I don't know. We could go to the little ski town, Calgary, maybe Edmonton. I'm not sure. Someplace down in the U.S. We'll find a place to go. I'm not using any of the Rex atmosphere stuff, Captain Quinn. Yeah, YYC is Calgary. I thought that was it. Didn't want to go to Toronto, but yeah, YYC would be good. That would be a nice flight. Let's see. Airplane is going pretty good. Last night, I think there was more than just the usual wildfire smoke here at SPY HQ. It's the typical smoky stuff out there right now that we all have got going on. I don't think that's the live shot. There it is. Yeah, the cars weren't moving. You could see the smoke on the horizon, but you could really smell it, at least here at SPY HQ. Yes, I turned off the stove before I went to sleep last night. So it wasn't that, but it was kind of a smoky night. So kind of, you know, looking out the doors, seeing what's going on out there. Energy level might not be quite as high today. Do have plenty of artificial inspiration. So, but apologies if I missed some chat or something like that. Vancouver to Toronto. That's a little bit of a long haul, like I said. YYC, Calgary would be good. Edmonton would be better if Espresso Kate is in chat. Let's see. Hello, Tim Dog. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Mert S. Yes, this is Flight Sim 2024. Shall we get going? I don't see any ATC. This is just a chill out flight. You know what? It's a little bit dark too, don't you think? It's a little bit dark. Let's turn off that. Click the cute little cloud. Let's click the cloud here. Let's go to custom. That gets us live weather. And then we're going to go and roll the clock back a little bit. I'd much rather fly during the daylight today. Why? Yeah, the Toronto flight would be 4.5 hours. We'll do 4.5 hours if there is a cross-Canada event with free shipment on Timbits. Okay, if it's cross-Canada, free shipment on Timbits, you got us. So, hi, Danny VDW. Kelowna is a nice flight. And I think we've got the Kelowna airport, and that's a nice one. That's one of those airports where you come in over a really cool lake. And I think it's a ski town or something like that. So has a little bit of the resort mystique or something like that. I don't know. Let's do flight init and data request. What is for Edmonton? Edmonton, the reason we want to go to Edmonton is because Espresso Kate does ATC there. And that's kind of fun to go in there and do that. Receive messages. And let's go ahead. Let's go over. This all looks good. Resend the load sheet. There's the load sheet. That looks great. Let's go and have GSX load us up today. GSX. Oh, I think we load GSX through here. GSX boarding and refueling. There we go. Refueling truck. What is the code for Edmonton? It starts with a C, and I think the next letter is Y. I don't know the rest. I'm sorry. There are people who have this incredible ability to... They just know all the IC cows all around the world. They just know that. I am sadly not one of them. CYEG. There we go. CYEG. See, totally qualified node, and so did Tim Dog. Nicholas wants to know if you could fly the PMDG with a GTX 1080, or is that not enough? Sadly, I am not a good person to ask about that one. However, I think that there are people in chat that are going to chime in and they'll answer that. Mine to I can remember my own zip code, and I remember my apartment number. That's a good thing to remember too, so you don't walk into the wrong one. I'm not kidding. There was one guy, he was a little bit, you know, and he was banging on my door saying something like, you know, what was her name? Candy or Misty? I forget what his girlfriend's name. Open the door, Misty. It's me. Open the door. You know, So there was one guy here who didn't know where he lived. Hey, dogs, welcome aboard. Jendal, good to see you. Thank you for coming in. And Pratt PT says spy hat. And let's also do a quick hydrate, too. Hey, Ben, welcome aboard. I think we need an Airbus hat for this one. Got an Airbus hat ready to go. Ben, happy chill out Sunday to you, too. Okay, all of this is looking good. Let's do nav, nav, and nav. Got those going on, and we'll turn on crew supply of oxygen. That's how I remind myself that I've turned on the nav stuff. Let's see. We could probably use a little bit of mood music here. There we go. And our cost index today is 46. 46 is cost index. Simbrief's got us not flying too high today. 23,000 feet. Flight level 230. And the wind. And wind request. Hi, Maestro. Welcome aboard. Espresso Kate. There's Espresso Kate. Welcome aboard. I hope it is a nice day so far in Canada. And if we look outside the plane, you can see our fueling truck is doing refueling. And if you're a fan of Mystery Science Theater 3000 or the B-1 Bob Dornan movie, The Starfighters, you know all about refueling. Is there freeware scenery for Chania? I believe this was a freeware. I think that this was a freeware. I'm all the way down here at Stand 7. So there was a nice little terminal there, but that's really about it. Okay. Do we have a... Yep, we do have a load sheet. Load sheet. Man, sometimes I can't tell if it's an 8 or a 9. 58.1, I would guess. Let's call it 58.1 for a 0 fuel weight. Click the next button, and our center of gravity is 30.7. Wow, got 148 passengers going. 30.7, and that goes in there. Let's accept that and return. And everything looks good to go over there. Refueling is occurring. Stairs are in place. I guess it's going to refuel first. Okay, let's come over here and go to the flight plan. I like the fact that we can view the flight plan and just move around it so easily in this airplane. Really, really nice. Taxi fuel for today is 0.173. There's 0.173. Contingency, our 15 minutes of, last ditch Weesa gonna die fuel, 6.93. 6.693. Then our alternate, is that probably Antalya maybe? 1.9. So over at, I don't know if they would have us go to Antalya. That's in Turkey, and this is a Greek domestic flight. I would think they would have us go someplace else. And then 30 minutes of fuel is 1.08. 1.08 is final reserve. And then if we come over here, we can press fuel planning, and it's green as always. Maestro, please join. Absolutely. Okay, flight plan. Let's come on over here. I didn't get any charts yet today, but I think they'll probably auto-load today. LGSA, and this is a really cool departure too. Yep, it got our charts here. So let's see. Did not get an altitude. There were a couple that we needed to pass. So you got to be back above the airport. Yep, we're doing the little loop-de-loop. So takeoff, runway heading 287. When you get to 3,200, you get to do a 15-degree bank turn to come back around over the Chania VOR, above 8,000 feet, and then out on the Braves 1 Lima departure. That's a fun one to do fly by hand. So our departure runway is going to be runway 29 right. Okay, coming on in, we got kind of a little bit of the same thing. So coming in our star is going to be the Lochna to Delta. So we come in via good old Lochna, and Lochna takes us over to the Rhodes VOR. Is that a VOR or an Andre? It's a VOR. So over Rhodes, which is not at the airport. The airport's over here. And I think you want the VOR Zulu to come in, because the VOR Zulu picks it up here at the Rhodes VOR. And then loop-de-loop around here, and around we go for a very, very nice landing. So we got all that in there. JSG Droid just found you a freeware scenery for Chania. Thanks, JSG Droid. Sleeveless is going to step away and change a diaper and take out the trash. Understand, those are things that really should not be put off, are they? Definitely understand that. So take your time. As you know, it takes me forever to get an airplane out, too. Okay, departure. SimBrief says 29 right. 29 right. It's going to be the Bavi 1 Lima, or is it the 1 Alpha? It's the 1 Lima. It's the second one. Bavi 1L. And insert. Coming into Rhodes. And as I recall a few years ago, there was a really bad fire at Rhodes. Maybe it was even last summer. Okay, it's going to be the RNAV. It's the VOR to runway 24. Is it the Yankee or the Zulu? See, I already forgot. You want the Zulu. RNAV Zulu to runway 24. Page 2. There we go. VOR Zulu. I keep saying RNAV, sorry. Lochna to Delta arrival. Lochna. There is Lochen to Delta right at the top. No transition. Is there a via? Yep, there's via Rhodes. And insert. Yay. I'm wondering if in this case a Greek flight like this, I'm wondering if today all roads lead to Rhodes. Pro tip, take the dirty diaper with you when you're taking out the trash. I'm guessing JSG Droid that Sleeveless very, very probably is doing just that. That's why the trash is being multitasked with the diaper. Oh gosh, I used this horrible work terminology. It was like a LinkedIn buzzword. Man, some of those are really terrible too. Sorry about that. LinkedIn buzzwords. Okay, all of this looks really good. Let's come over here and get some weather here. Multitasking with diapers, although pretty much that was pretty much what work was too. Okay, let's come on in here. 06084, not bad. 1012. 1012 is altimeters. And let's set the backup altimeter. IR is aligning. What about those passengers? Are they boarding yet? What are those passengers doing? We're loading, but we're not loading the passengers here. How about GSX? You're gonna, yes, board the passengers now. Come on, passengers, we gotta go. Passengers buses. I mean, even with, you know, diapers and trash, Sleeveless is probably going to get out of here before me if we have to wait for these passengers any longer. There they come. About time. Jeez. Okay, all that looks good. SXDVD has not had a good day. IRL, so that's this airplane, took off from Thessaloniki bound for Frankfurt, was airborne for 9 minutes, entered a hold, and returned back. Oh, really? No kitty. Airway N1 uses invalid endpoints. In that case, try and delete the airway and just put in the beginning point and the end point as just waypoints and go from there, Maestro. See if that works. Waterwell, good evening. Captain Hawk Gaming, good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. But yeah, Maestro, just don't use the airway. Just use the beginning point and the end point as a direct to, and see if that doesn't work for you. Okay, everything's looking good. Open up our little flap. We'll turn the temperature to midway in the cargo. I've got 8,000 feet for our initial climb. And all of our passengers are coming aboard. Hello, passengers. Welcome, welcome. Spitfire RAF, welcome aboard. Was going to try on Tuesday and Wednesday, the days that I don't usually live stream, try and see if I could remember how to fire up the FA-18 Hornet over on DCS World. We'll see if that works. All right, passengers are boarding. Oh. Hi, passengers. I know, what could possibly go wrong with that, right? That's the story of my life. Okay, let's do init page B is going to be next. Let's go ahead, and there's probably no preconditioned air here because there's, you know, no jetways or something. Probably ought to start the APU for a little bit of AC in here. The temperature here in beautiful downtown Chania on Crete, the temperature is 27 degrees. So yeah, it's probably getting stuffy in the cabin.
Good afternoon.
It's probably stuffy. Almost time to depart.
Welcome on board.
Let's see. No auto ATC here.
Good afternoon.
So we could squawk 0007.
Boarding pass, please.
That way all the other airplanes and people know that it's a spy flight. APU is available. Let's get that popped on here.
Good afternoon.
That'll make passengers happy. Maestro, am I late to set up the plane? No, not really. Like I said, it takes me, forever for me to get going.
Passengers bus is coming.
Let's see how we're doing here. Mass and balance. 110, we still got about another 30 passengers to go. Is there a certain squawk to choose when there's no ATC? I think basically it's in Europe Squawk 1000, in the US Squawk 2000. If you're going to be VFR in the US, Squawk 1200. And just not, don't squawk. There's the special Squawk 7500 and 7700. That's emergency stuff. And generally VATSIM kind of frowns at you for using those kinds. But beyond that, I think, just pull a number. I don't know if technically squawking 0007 is like, warning, Will Robinson, very, very bad. Don't do that. But nobody's yelled at me yet. So there you go. Hi, Twin Smile Aviation. Welcome aboard. 1000 in Europe is with ATC. So if there's not, I just pull a number, out there. And, in my case, I'm pulling 777 out. 0007. That's right. Yeah, you will. It will set off alarms in the U.S. Tim J says use 2000 in Europe if there is no ATC. So that's a good one. Hey, we got more passengers boarding. 7,000 in Europe is VFR. 1,200 is US VFR. I remember that from when I was a VFR pilot. Although in and around the airport, they gave me a squawk code for like flight following and stuff like that, just because, student pilots were a menace. Ben, it's never too early for pizza, even if it's got pineapple on it. But I'm not one of those that's offended by pizza and pineapple. JSG Droid has departed the scene of the crime today. Look at that. How about that? What a nice departure. I tell you what, the scenery seems to be have picked up a nice little upgrade there. It really does look good. Tim Dog says if you start your flight in the U.S., now you get, that's right, we get auto ATC in the U.S., which is nice. JP, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Waterwell ordered kebabs for dinner tonight or lunch. All right. Airplane is loaded. Yay. Let's go to ground services. APU is up. Ground power can disconnect. I'm going to get my fuel pumps on. There we go. Fuel pumps are on. Doors are closed. I'm going to do ground power. How about let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and departure. Kevin Karnenstrom is checking in from Sweden. Hi, Kevin. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. I hope it is a great night tonight in Sweden. See, I kind of looked. It looked like a lot of the moisture was over in Norway. Sweden had some spotty showers, especially a little bit further to the north, but not bad. 58.1. We are ready for pushback. 58.1 is our center zero fuel weight. Center of gravity 30.7. Both of our numbers are accurate. Our fuel, to get to Rhodes, we need 5.2. I have 6.78. Yes, I did board a little bit of extra fuel because, you know. Okay, seatbelts going on. Seatbelts are on. We are on VATSIM, so we need to go to 122.8. There we go. 122.8. Let's come on down here. And squawk mode Charlie on all taxiways. Okay, we got one airplane that's pushed back. Let's make sure we don't push into anybody. We can remove our chocks. Parking brakes are on. And we're done with that page.
New recruit
let's see, Waterwell went to
Welcome
Ibiza
aboard.
last
Stay
night.
sharp.
The scenery packages are very good there. They are indeed. Tim Dog says that in some areas, 2000 is the designated squawk for IFR in uncontrolled airplanes. Let's do nose right, tail
New
left.
recruit detected.
Nose right,
Welcome
tail
aboard,
left.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Couple of follows coming in. Emmett Gully just followed. Welcome aboard, Emmett. 2 hours to figure out the 737-800, but now your seats are missing. Okay, that is a thing. You're talking about the PMDG, right? That is a thing. I think they're going to turn out there. I think we can go. Let's go. Cabin call. Parking brakes. There is a reason for the seats being missing, and I don't remember what it is. Maybe it's dependent on your. It could be that it's dependent on your livery. Try your 737 with another livery, preferably one of the ones that you get directly from PMDG, and see if that happens. Okay? Let's go ahead and start the left engine. Coming over the crew line here. Starting engine number 1. We don't like people that spawn on runways. Yeah, they're not cool. Starting engine number 1. Good start on engine number 1. Let's do takeoff numbers, departure performance. Sync the load sheet. Sync the weather. Calculate. Send to the McDo. And then we can come over here.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set.
Unlock in gear.
The actual start sounds from inside the cabin on the Phoenix airplane are really pretty cool. I sat for a whole start sequence once just in the cabin to listen to it. It really is good. Starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. Yep, there we go. Engine number 1 started well. We don't have any oil leaks. That's obviously nice. Yep, you have to watch out for oil leaks.
No track disconnected. Bypass be removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
I hope you don't mind if I do a little bit more unsportsmanlike celebration from yesterday's victorious completion of the famous Ryanair 25-minute turnaround. You know, a little bit might be kind of nice. That was fun. Now, I did cut out, there were a couple of procedures that I cut out, so I'm going to have to learn about that. But that was kind of a fun little flight there to see if I could actually do that. And we did it with 90 seconds to spare. Performance looks good. And elevators. And make it go back to normal. And left ringway. I don't think I'm going to have that pleasure. I'm a Yank. Couldn't afford to fly an America, you know. So I don't think that that's going to happen. Trim's down 0.1. Trim is set. Flaps 1. And auto brakes. Parking brakes. The plane hasn't even touched and they pre-board you into a staircase. Yeah, my guess is they do want to move you off that airplane pretty quick.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff.
Out we go. Good evening, CLP7. Welcome aboard. Oh, you've been here for a while. Yeah, you were you did a resub today, CLP. So did Beautiful Disaster, which is how most of my flights end. Let's see. We need to sit the seat up a little bit more. I was in movie watching mode last night. Watched a couple of episodes of an old BBC spy series called Smiley's People. Beer cheers, GT boy. Happy Sunday. I hope your weekend is going well. And we'll stop right here. Exiting the ramp area. Anybody coming? Nope. Nobody coming over there. So, ground chart. Ben says watch out for spy balloons. I don't know, whenever I hear spy balloons, I always get the song, you know, always the song pops in my head, 99 Spy Balloons or Luftballons. Let's see, this is going to be Taxiway November. China traffic, there's an Aegean A320 exiting the apron area at Echo, taxiing to runway 29 right via November. China. Yeah, that was the Alec Guinness. I really like those. I think when you hold them up, you know, modern spy story and stuff like that, they probably, for most people, move at a glacially slow process, glacially slow speed. That being said, there's some pretty cool spycraft in there. You know, and you know, sort of like, you know, what they really do. And of course, you know, it was written by John le Carre, who used to had a job with British intelligence before he got outed by, I think it was a member of the Cambridge Five. But yeah, that is like sort of like a follow-up story to Tinker Tailor, Soldier Spy. That's sort of like it's the third. So John le Carre wrote 3 spy stories, well, a lot more than just 3. But the first was Tinker Tailor. Then there was another one, and I don't remember which it was called. But then there is Smiley's People, and they were all considered part of what was called the Carla trilogy. And I kind of enjoyed that one a lot. So I watched a couple of those last night. They actually did a really good one. GT Boy liked something called Prime Suspect. I never heard about that one. And Truthful Dread, Tinker Tailor was, you know, also an Alec Guinness. It was about a 5-parter on the BBC, long time ago. There is a new one. It's a movie. And the movie is I think just as good. You have to know the story though to pick up on a lot of the stuff that's in there though. I mean, there's a lot of material to cover, and to put it into a normal movie is kind of hard. Sunjammer says Burgish. I'm trying to remember if that's one. Hey Irvi, welcome aboard. Your brain is in a meltdown from busy events lately. Well, that's, you know, Irvi, that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of making sure that, you know, it's not just me being some old sailor that thinks the Greek islands are pretty and stuff like that. I really try and do the Greek island hop as a chill out flight.
Chania traffic, right near 1 Chulu Kilo. Line up in the lake.
Emmett, you remember watching Tinker Tailor as a teen? Yeah, there were a couple of shows. Now, here in the United States, a lot of the stuff that we were seeing on the BBC was on PBS, on the Public Broadcasting Network, and they were really good. I also remember watching Riley Ace of Spies, and then Tinker Tailor, and then Smiley's People. Those were like the 3 that I just, you know, that those kind of captured my attention there. Irvi is doing career mode in a Piper Dakota. And so Irvi is doing the Dakota today. You know what? That is a great way to do a chill flight too. Mine is just, you know, a nice little jet hop between some airports. But you know what? When life catches up with you and you've just had enough, and life catches up with an awful lot, us all a lot faster these days. Truthful Dread, yeah, I still like what they did with the Alec Guinness. I really like those. ETEP says there's interesting weather on the Hanoi to Hong Kong trip today. We've got a VATSIM event in Colombia and another one in Canada we were planning. What's going on with the weather? Is there a big storm that I missed over there, ETEP? I mean, 'tis the season for tropical storms and typhoons and stuff. Have they got one of those over there? Between Ian Fleming and Alec Guinness, there were no shorts. No, there was no shortage of books to read. And actually, I believe that they, there was actually one after. There was actually a Carla Smiley trilogy after that too. that was kind of recently. He released it just before he died. So, Len Deaton, I really like the Len Deaton. They're hard to read because he writes them in, I think he writes them in first person. So they're a little bit rough, but once you get into it, and Len Deaton wrote the Harry Palmer, so Ipcris File, Funeral in Berlin, those, which were very good movies too. China traffic, there is an Aegean A320 lining up and taking off, runway 29 right, Chania. Sunjammer reminds us of Game Set Match. If you ever one of the things is if you know the stories of Harry Palmer, especially in those first two, Ipcris File and Funeral in Berlin, Harry Palmer is not James Bond. Not at all. Not James Bond at all. But he does like to eat good. And he cooks a lot of his own really good food. And they actually show him, the spy who cooks in, here, let me get out of here and we'll tell silly stories in a minute. Throttles up halfway. El Clocko is running and manual flex. SRS is set, auto thrust blue, bing, bing, bing. Oh, we even have runway. There's an ILS on this one.
Jam traffic, Olympic 99, lighting up, traffic,
100 knots.
China traffic.
Need a little bit of left rudder on this today. Sunjammer is flying. V1, hands off the throttles, rotate. The chill out, there's another good thing to do with chill out flights, and that is gear up. Another good thing to do with our chill out flights is remind yourself that this is the kind of flight to practice flying. Practice your flying and hand flying and stuff like that. No reason to engage the autopilot yet. We're right in the center. Okay, so what was it? It was 3,200 or something. Yep, 3,200 is when we start the turn. Lever climb, thrust climb. There's 3,100. 3,200. Start our turn. And this one was supposed to be like you could go up to 15 degrees on the turn. They wanted you to make that turn a sharp one there. Hi, Queer. Welcome aboard. James the Catcher's here. Flaps. Speed brakes disarmed. China traffic, GN441 is clear of runway 29 right. Departing on the Baves 1 Lima, so we're flying back over the airport. Happy landings, China.
China traffic, Olympic 99, whiskey, departing runway 29 right.
Nice to hear an Olympic call sign today. Anyway, the story I was yapping about is if you watch the movie Ipcris File, you see Michael Caine in the role of Harry Palmer cooking food at home, making eggs or something like that. Well, the author, Len Deaton, was actually a real foodie kind of a guy, did a lot of gourmet cooking. And so the hands that you see doing all the chopping and the eggs and everything else, that's not Michael Caine. That's the author of the books, Len Deaton. So I thought that was kind of an interesting little touch there. And roll out.
Ada traffic itu established flight.
There we go. Continue the climb to flight level. What are we going? Flight level 230. And we're looking pretty good. AP? AP's got us as we say goodbye to the island of Crete. Emmett was reading the Gray Man series. There's all sorts of really cool things to be able to check out. I haven't read that one though. James is reinstalling Flight Sim 2024. Yeah, flying.
Traffic. This is Emirates 263. Entering runway 24 and taking off.
Sunjammer's on the way. Oh, this is JSG Droid made beef brisket. And this was a long cook process. So, oh wow, this was like a really long cook process that JSG Droid was doing. It was like an all-day kind of a thing. And it's time to slice off a quick snack. That's right. James Doohan, the actor who played Scotty in Star Trek, was actually lost a finger in, I believe, in World War II. He may have even gone ashore on D-Day. But he very obviously self-conscious about that. So whoever was, when it was time for Scotty to beam Captain Kirk down to the planet, those were somebody else's hands. The brisket looks good. Loviz wants a side of bacon. And out we go. There's 10,000 feet. But again, these flights are really, really good for practicing your procedures in your airplanes. And the A319 and the A320 these are the airplanes I'm trying to get kind of good at. So, makes for really good opportunity to do that.
After a slight diversion, took off, cleared the runway.
Sunjammer had a diversion. Emmett met James Doohan. Canadian Bear would like bacon instead of pizza. I don't know. It has been. I've been eating the little baby pizzas, the little freezer pizzas and stuff like that. I think there's a chance that next week I might actually order one. I know. Papa John's Domino's. It's not exactly gourmet, but it is for me. I'm not sure which kind yet. Don't worry, if I get a Hawaiian pizza, I will not put pictures of it on the internet. I realize that pictures of, pineapple would cause problems. And we don't want to cause any problems. You could get a bacon pizza. Let's see. Daniel wants to know what the blue arrow indicates. What's the blue arrow? Hello, Autumn's Art Studio. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday, right? Good evening. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Holy moly! Aegean Flight 1959 is already on approach. Does it really take me that long to set up an airplane? Good night. I mean, seriously. JSG Droid is not only getting really, really great brisket, but is already there. I haven't even cleared the island of Crete yet. Hi, Canadian Bear. Is it Monday? I don't want to hear that. Our next flight is in Colombia. Tiny buttons on phones are hard. Yes. The blue arrow on the ND in front of the next waypoint. Okay, you're talking about this little guy right now, kind of shaped like a hockey stick. That is the top of, that's when we're going to reach the top of climb. So you get an arrow that, you see how the arrow is kind of broken? It goes up and then over. That's top of climb. As we continue on the flight, there's going to be one that's the opposite. It's an arrow and then it goes down the other way. That is top of descent. So that is it. That's how Airbus tells you where your top of climb and top of descent is. And there you go. That's how that worked. JSG Droid is taking requests today. So, Loviz, if you want a little bit of bacon with your brisket, check out that bacon. Wow. Can almost smell it, right? It almost smells so good and tasty. Absolutely wonderful. Autumn's Art Studio is ready for food. It does look good, doesn't it? Past the 19,000 feet. I'm going to go seatbelts. Everything looks good there. I know, Manaphy Games, that really was a wowza picture, wasn't it? Really looking good. Autumn's Art Studio is now officially ready for dinner or something tasty today. I'm still doing the morning espresso, although technically it's coffee. JSG Droid will be extending the downwind. Manaphy is going to start doing some new training on VATSIM. Congratulations on that. And that's going to be in Orlando. When are you going to be doing one of your training sessions in Orlando? 7 miles to top of climb. Espresso does lead to a little bit of happiness, especially on a chilly morning. It just makes the day going. Loviz is going to throw a bunch of meat in the air fryer after the Columbia flight. Chicken kebabs and salmon fillets. Nothing fishy about that. Autumn's Art Studio wants a smoker on the airplane for smoked brisket and smoked mac and cheese. There was a place, I think it was over in Missoula, and they had along with other stuff, they had all sorts of different kinds of mac and cheese. That they had a bunch of it there. You know, different kind of cheeses, different kind of noodles, but they had a huge mac and cheese menu. And one of them was a smoked brisket mac and cheese. I never had that one, but I remember that from their menu. So they did have a smoked mac and cheese, and I thought that was great. I kind of discovered that place just before it was time for me to move, which was too bad. I thought it was really good. Okay, looking good here, looking good there. And we just flew over Herculon. So there should be an airport down there. Yep, there's Herculon Airport. Loviz had a lobster mac and cheese once. And I'll bet after the lobster mac and cheese, you weren't crabby. Maestro is departed. Autumn's Art Studio's mom made her lobster mac and cheese for Christmas. Okay, so Loviz has had the lobster mac and cheese, and so is Autumn's Art Studio. Turdog is having smokies on the barbecue today. Do not tell Moose. Moose does not like lobster. Well, I'm going to have to lob a few crab jokes at him about that then. Okay, let's do weather. Arrival weather. is altimeter's 1005. 1005. It's 28 degrees at Rhodes. The wind is 240 at 12. Let's come over here, and at LGRP, we're gonna do the Zulu. I know I can be a little bit evil at times. Okay, minimums are 1,100 feet. Transition level, altitude is 6,000, so level is probably 770. And there we go, all set, ready to go. Fishy because you like to eat seafood. Seafood is not for everybody. I had one friend, they just could not eat. They had a real allergy, I guess. They would kind of break out a little bit. Just did not like to do seafood at all. Okay, we decided we were going to go down to 2,500 feet on the descent. No ATC, just Athens. So 3,000, click it over, 2,300 feet. Turdog, so yeah, you've got, some of those allergies, it's almost a little bit like peanut allergies. Some people are deathly allergic to peanuts and stuff. Okay, remember that little blue arrow? Well, now we've got a white arrow, and it's coming out there and going down. And now that little arrow there that's going down, that's our top of descent arrow. So now you see what those little arrows are. I wanted to make a point of talking about the arrows. Hey, Sphinx Music. Sphinx Music is in Trondheim today. Is that real world, or are you doing a sim flight to Trondheim? Matt, welcome aboard. Yes, I did. So one of the things that we can get is we can get the Lido style of charts in the EFB in the Phoenix, and I really like having the Lido charts. Let's see. Atlas System has started another discussion about food on the jump seat, and I'm sure SimCaesar appreciates that. SimCaesar likes talking about cookies mostly. Sphinx Music lives in Trondheim. Okay. I didn't know if you were on vacation. Good evening back to Trondheim. Turdog says, yeah, it's also like the peanut allergies. Autumn's Art Studio has the dairy allergy. So if you happen to be watching Twister and they point to the cow, you said, yeah, get out of here. Well, here's the thing, Matt. This is only right now in the, it's only right now in the Phoenix. So you still need your Navigraph charts for a lot of other airplanes. And the other thing about Lido charts is they don't do every airport. That's just because Lido only does charts for airports that the pilots need. So there you go. I'd hold on to it unless you need to save some money. Let's see. SimCaesar also likes McRibs. And SimCaesar is a donut person. I think that, yeah, he's got all sorts of donut emotes. Okay, so far so good. Let's see. I thought there was an Avianca A319 that was departing out of Cali. I think they do an Avianca A319 for Cali to Pasto, so I can be a little bit into, you could be a little bit into some immersion there. Yeah, Matt, so obviously in this airplane, I'm going to definitely use the Lido. I wish the Lidos were available in other ones too. That's right, pizza. I thought Sim Caesar was cookies and pizza for sure. Loviz is going to take the C750. It's Pasto, not pasta. I'm already thinking about dinner today. And ZLP's got wine. Hi, Subsonic. Yeah, I'm already thinking about food today. Already in a food mood. Yep, flight plan looks really good. Oh, pesto. Yeah, that's that little... I don't do an awful lot with pesto. We're not helping with food. Oh, no. That's like one of the things here at the Spy Flight. Food is a thing here. What's the go-to topping? Well, generally, I keep it simple because I like, you know, I generally like a Chicago-style deep dish pizza. So it's a lot more than just a thin piece of crust and some sauce and some cheese. So generally, I'll just do a pepperoni is good. Sometimes even just a cheese pizza is good too, but, you know, pepperoni, maybe a, you know, 3-meat pizza or something like that. No dang pineapple. Yeah, see, some, if it's a legitimate traditional Hawaiian pizza, you know, not a red sauce, not a tomato sauce, but a white sauce, and ham, then yeah, a Hawaiian pizza with ham, white sauce, and pineapple is great. I've done the Meat Lovers pizza before. Some of them get a little bit too much, especially if I'm going to go and get, you know, like a deep. Oh, I'm a big chicken about anchovies. Basil is good, though. Something about violence. Autumn's Art Studio is playing Assassin's Creed today. Yeah, pepperoni and sausage is good. Turdog says, nope, it's pineapple does not belong on pizza, period. JSG Droid is planning on taking the C750 to Pasto. Oh. Yeah, generally just a simple pizza is better. And I'm kind of liking, you know, the more, you know, there's a couple of places that, not where I live now, but where I used to live in the past, they would make a legitimate, real Naples type of a pizza. You know, you see in the pictures from Europe and stuff, and they were really good too. Very simple, big thick crust and stuff. It was great. Can't get anything like that here. I'd have to make it. Sibby makes an incredibly good looking like pizza from Naples, Italy. She also bought, you know, one of those stones, so instead of like cooking her pizza in a pan, she actually has a stone. So you put the pizza on the stone and put the stone in the pizza in the oven, which is pretty cool. Turdog likes the Meat Lovers pizza, maybe some green peppers. This is a controversial one. Some people get really if you put black olives on your pizza. Loviz, you got a pizza stone too? So you use that, and it works really good, doesn't it? One of Turdog's friends said a proper outdoor pizza oven. Wouldn't that be great? Yeah, one of the things is I recently got to see all 3 seasons of the Star Trek series Picard, and you had to wait until it came out on iTunes and stuff. I don't have streaming stuff. Finally got to see that, and Commander Riker has a pretty cool outdoor pizza oven. Sort of like, it's, oh darn, if only I'd had a career in Starfleet, I could have a place and have an outdoor pizza oven. That would look good. Misfit Actual, the MK Studios LaGuardia and SeaTac are on sale today. Really? I think we do have the MK Studios SeaTac and LaGuardia. Well, you can use it in the wintertime. You don't have to, but you can. Autumn says stretch and posture check and all sorts of stuff. Let's hydrate.
Hello, Rhodes traffic. Number 263 and descending from point level 310 runway 24 by the...
And let's also stretch a little bit and posture check when we get ready to land. Okay, we got those. I think those are pretty good airports. I've got them, so I think they're nice. Almost time to do our descent. Roach traffic at GN 441, 76 miles west of Rhodes. We're about ready to start our descent on the Lochna 2 Delta arrival, expecting runway 24, Rhodes. And down we go. I am on 122.8, JSG Droid. 122.8. You can't use the grill or the outdoor oven in 5 feet of snow. Yeah, we don't usually get that much snow here. See, the trick is to build your oven in a way if you're in the snow zone or something so that you can go out and get to it even in the wintertime. Sunjammer does not know what snow is. I don't know, Sunjammer. There had to have been a time when you had to go slogging through some snow when you were, keeping the trains on the tracks. I mean, maybe not where you live right now these days, but back when you were out, I imagine there were some pretty miserable winters. Winters are quite mild, Truthful Dread. Now, we had a stretch of about 2 or 3 days with temperatures above 100 degrees. That doesn't happen here very often. We also don't get really severe thunderstorms either, and we had one of those. So, had about 3 of them so far this year. Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah, I can imagine that there were some bad winters that you had on the tracks. Next flight, if you're just joining us, is Cali to Pasto in Colombia. It is a VATSIM event. Very high altitude airports. Taking a Monster A350 or 777 is probably not the best choice. I would also suggest that taking an airplane that has hair dryers for engines might not be the best choice either. I am not forgetting the time that we all thought we could take off from a high altitude airport in our BAE 146s, and it took almost the whole 10,000 foot runway to get the little airplane off the ground, and it didn't climb very fast either. No bad winters in Ohio. Sunjammer said they wanted us to go to a junction 10 miles away, and we still hadn't left Coventry after an hour. It was getting worse, so said no chance. We're going to try and get there. Yeah, I can imagine that was probably not good. We need to start slowing this bird down. Speed brakes. And in the old days, that probably also a big bad snow and freeze would have affected the water troughs for this in the steam days too. So that would have been a problem. And, you know, had to have those. And slowing it down to 250, airplanes being such a good airplane. Pilots doing so, only so-so. Well, as long as the Hogwarts Express got the kids to the viaduct on time, then that's what mattered, right? Seat belts, landing lights, nose light, cabin call. Been a while since Tim Dog says they've had a really bad winter. When you were a kid, you had 3 blizzards in 2 years in 92 and 93. Yeah, 83, 84, something like that. I know that's a long time ago for you, but I was working in radio back then, and there was a blizzard in Denver, and I mean it closed down the Front Range for a week and a half almost. It just kicked everybody's butt for the longest time. Temperature did not get above 0 Fahrenheit for most of that. It was a huge cold snap. That was back before DIA, so obviously, you know, Stapleton shut down for a long time. They started to get catching up, but most people couldn't even get to the airport. There was so much snow to go slogging through that year, and it was a couple of years of really nasty. I haven't seen a blizzard like that in a long time. Speed brakes, auto brakes. I believe that was Thomas. I think that was 80s. I think it was 80s. Sunjammer remembers snow was to the top of the living room window and you had to walk to the bus stop and the buses turned back. Oh, really? Wow. Mr. Posh Martin has arrived. Welcome aboard. Espresso Kate, though, says we need to come to Winterpeg in January and February. Yeah, I remember when back in January and February here, it was pretty chilly. Espresso Kate. So you were talking about how chilly and cold it was. Hey, as long as the internet works and the espresso machine works and the flight sim airplanes works, we can work with anything else, right? You also, yeah, well, we had blizzards in those days. And I remember them too as a kid and stuff like that. I was actually working in radio at the time. So we also, you know, had to get in and get to work and stuff, so. And there is our airport. Hello, Rhodes. Rhodes traffic, Aegean in 441s and A320 abeam of the airport heading east. About to do the out and back for runway 24. Rhodes. I'm going to start looking ahead and below with TCAS. Subsonic, the last hard winter that Subsonic remembers was back in 1987. Thomas remembers getting bad blizzards in the spring where it drops a few feet of snow. Yep. Little more flaps. Looks like we're 10 miles behind the nearest airplane up ahead of us. So looking good there.
Hello, Aegean 441. Can you give me all the ground speed, please?
Aegean 441 is indicating 211 knots of ground speed. Tim Dog remembers 20 plus inches of snow in the 90s and remembers building snow forts. Oh yeah. I haven't lived in a place where we could build snow forts, or and even you can't really do snowball fights here because the snow is so dry it won't pack. 1005 is our altimeter. $1005 here. There we go, looking good. Thomas says there's blizzards in the Rockies that'll shut places down, and Vex Freeze. It was chest level, and you loved it too. I know you do grow out of those things, don't you? Okay, we got one airplane off the one airplane up ahead. Let's not use LS. It's a VOR. Starting to catch up with our descent. That looks good. And we'll rearm the speed brakes. James the catcher's gonna, yeah, Avianca does A319s or 20s on this route. Tim Dog had last 20 years only a few inches at a time, 1 to 2 times for at 6+ inches.
Beams the airport, entering the VOR set for the runway 24.
Yay, sneeze time. Okay, everything's good up here, right? Yep, good there. Auto brakes. Yep. Speed brakes. Yep. All we got to do is wheels. There was nothing to sneeze at. Thanks, Daniel.
Rhodes traffic, Olympic 989 Whiskey Heavy East and the Romeo Delta Zero Zero Bar number 4 for the VOR, runway 24.
Should be starting our turn. There we go. Get to see the turn. JSG Droid had a very nice landing. -111. Ooh, that is butter all over the runway. Cleanup crew to the runway at Rhodes. Butter cleanup crew, or just have somebody from the movie theater go and pick it up for the popcorn. Rhodes traffic, Aegean 441 is making the turn to runway 24. Looks like we are on a 15-mile final. There's an airplane 10 miles ahead of us, so number 2 for the runway. Rhodes. Hi, Amargosa. It could be the bacon grease. I got the airport, I got the runway. Good news is we're 10 miles behind the airplane ahead, so that's perfect. Flee to the Cleve says there is the Lake Erie snowbelt. Well, you probably still in that area, you still get lake effect snow, which, you know, regularly, you know, buries places like Cleveland, Buffalo, along the lake area. I think it's time to do that landing gear lever. Gear. All right. AP has had far too much fun here. AP is off. Panic time. ZLP7 is now flying over Rhodes. Hi, Blue Idol. Thank you for coming by today. Cali to Pasto is next. It is a VATSIM event.
2,500.
And really just baby small little movements on your controls. Oh, look at that beach down there. Five-mile finals. Manage speed. Flaps 3. Exiting left, which is probably better than exiting right because that would put us in the water.
100 above.
ECAM checklist is green.
Minimum.
Landing. Roads traffic at GN 441's about 3-mile finals. Landing runway 24. Roads. Think I see the airplane ahead exiting? Maybe. Maybe
Hello,
that's
Rhodes. Traffic.
maybe that's
This is
wishful viewing on my
763.
part.
Now on a 10-mile run.
Arg matey, I don't know, Amargosa. Heavy weather is already there, so it wasn't you exiting.
500.
Glide slope, pull up, whoop, whoop, whoop. You're an idiot. You're gonna get us killed. Glide slope, glide slope. What's wrong with this flight? The airplane is not yelling at me.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 10, 5.
And you see, you don't have to be a Rhodes scholar to land in Rhodes. Barf bags? Who needs a barf bag? That was a smooth landing. That was a great landing. Rhodes traffic, Aegean 441 is clear of runway 24. Happy landings, Rhodes. I think I deserve more credit for the Rhodes scholar joke.
Accepting. Olympic 989 Whiskey, number 2, established.
Hi, Wesley. Welcome, welcome. You shouldn't be eating while landing. Probably not. Excuse me, not the best idea. Bleed. And engine. And engine. Sunjammer was right behind me. I hope I didn't cause a go around. And stop squawking. And we'll do fuel pumps.
Cabin crew disarmed.
And that looks good. Let's do ADIRs. Oh dear, we'll do the ADIRs. And beacon. And seat belts. GSX. Deboarding.
Requested.
Aegean. Deboard over here. Clear out there. Go to the Phoenix app. Go to ground. Ask for a GPU. There's a 777. Was that Sunjammer in the 777?
Hello, Rhodes traffic. This is Emirates 263, clearing
That
runway
was.
24.
Sunjammer took the 777 in today. That's pretty good. Oh wow, we have covered stairways here. Really fancy. How about that?
Bus is coming.
Olympic 989 Whiskey, going around.
Run right clear.
All right, let's see what the bad news is. Just a smooth and by the numbers flight, and this is how you get good at flight sim. Minus 167, 1.01 Gs. We were one spot off of the touchdown point. I call that a great landing. I think it's time for more unsportsmanlike celebration. I think more unsportsmanlike celebration. I mean, not only did we manage to do the 25-minute turnaround over on Ryanair yesterday, but we managed to do some butter on the runway. Let the insufferable comments begin. Until, of course, my next landing, which will no doubt suck, and that will shut me up for a while. Doors are open, everything's good. Yes, beer cheers for sure. The brakes haven't even cooled off and the unsportsmanlike celebration has become... Oh, they're not that hot, are they? How hot are they? Let's take a look at the wheels. Wheels. So 230, 215, 235, 235. They're all green. I'm going to guess that we don't need to be, we're not going to get yelled at for hot brakes. It's 5 p.m. somewhere. Am I taking the Mad Dog out for a spin? No.
507.
Hey, here come our passengers. And look at those happy passengers. They're just so happy they got to have a nice flight in the Acropolis plane over to Rhodes. I think we've got some folks coming in, and Sunjammer should be taxiing in that big old 777 here. Well, there's an airplane down there, but it doesn't look like a big old 777. A very nice landing. Nobody got hurt either, and I don't see law enforcement coming for me, so that's good. Do you remember the dash in the old sim? Oh yeah, that was a really good airplane. Well, the Q400. I never really did an awful lot with the dash. Never really did an awful lot with the dash. There seems to have been good booze on the trip. Yes, they're all walking out like they've had a little bit too much to drink. Well, they do have little mini bottles of Uzu aboard a airliner, so, and from what I understand, it's pretty potent. So, you know, I would imagine there might be a few people that are indeed responding to a little bit too much. Cyback, I don't think so. I think this was a freeware. I think it was a freeware Cyback. Probably from FlightSim.to. Yeah, drunk, intoxicated. Either that or they're zombies. Shall we go to Cali? Let's get ready for our VATSIM event. Heavy Weather says there is a nice payware for Rhodes. All right, very nice. Sunjammer has logged off and is restarting. Yep, time to restart. And we should start getting ready for Cali. Let's see. Olympic Flight 989 Whiskey is still coming in. Here is a Ryanair that came down from Sofia. Okay, we will, this time next week, we'll all meet back here at Rhodes and find another airport. LGSM is always a fun airport to go to. It is a very tough approach. Yeah, Pfizer will take care of those zombies. Being a fellow zombie. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on here. Here is our, let's see, we are got SKBO. We need SKCL and SKPS. All right, we do have ATIS at the arrival airport. So at Pasto, runway 02 for arrivals. Runway 02 for arrivals. Good old Pfizer the zombie dog. And SKPP, they're going someplace else. Our choice is 2, 6, and 5. Well, we'll see what SimBrief gives us. Oh, wait a minute. No, we're going SKCL, not SKPP. We should SKP, we should skip that one. SKPP, skip. All right, here we all are. No 8 is here. This Avianca is taxiing north. So I'm going to guess we're departing off of runway 20, maybe? 20, maybe? Hi, Epic Gaming. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I bet they're going up there. Okay, let's go get the sim. Got a bunch of gates down here, too. Let's go. Also, I found recycling Moby Flight is a good thing to do. Okay, here comes Moby Flight. All right, Moby Flight's good. Let's get the sim going. Flight sim. Okay, let's see. I was gonna do an Avianca. What do I have? They fly A319s in this. AVA, Avianca, what have I got? I have an A319 from Avianca. You know what we ought to do though? Let's just make sure it's there. Autumn's Art Studio says, is that a gas tank? Oh, Pasto or something. Landy says we should be using the A320. But I get to use my baby bus. We have an update. Aer Lingus needs an update. There is a SL Avianca A319 livery. Dane Flats has arrived. Welcome aboard. Oh, copy pasta. I get it now. Okay, got that. Let's go and find it. So, aircraft, baby bus, airline, Avianca. There is Avianca. And I have a baby bus here, and it's all set up. It is an A319. It's got CFM engines and SL, so it's got sharklets. It doesn't have winglets. Oh, wait a minute. That's this over here. The one that I've got is Avianca Standard CFM with wingtip fences. I'm going to do wingtip fences. Sharklets are cool, but fences are more Airbus. So CFMs. Loviz says, prepare to depart off of runway 2. Thank you, Loviz. The real world departs in 43 minutes. Well, I don't know if I can do that or not. Maybe if I had a Ryanair 737 MAX, I could. I could probably do it in 25 minutes, Landy, he said. Okay, we're departing from Cali, SKCL. We're going to Pasto, SKPS. I'm going to add just a little bit of time to this one. Okay, it's going to be a baby bus for Avianca. Volta Del, there is Avianca. Got it already in there. Runway 2 and runway 2. So it got both of those. This is a VATSIM event. I say 30 minutes of ATC fuel. 30 minutes, because Loviz just reminded us that there could be a hold. No fear. Okay, there's our flight. Let's generate it. Let's turn off Flight Sim Labs. Let's generate ourselves a current flight plan. Let's copy the web address in case you want to see what my numbers are. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Flight level 240 on this flight. File. We're filed. Okay, that looks good. I'm also just, while I'm here, snag the route and just put that into the route there. Okay, got that. VATSIM radar. Now we got to go over here and make sure we don't spawn on anybody, because that's just rude. Oh, and I need to update my title. Hang on. Did I use the wrong call sign? It's not AVA. China or Asia? It's mostly the time distance, the time difference. You know, usually the VATSIM events in China and Asia are going to be at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning for me. And I'm finally getting to the point where I can actually sleep past 4 o'clock now. Did I choose the wrong call sign? I did AVA. Did I get too many? I have AVA. So it's correct. Yep. Let me do my flight plan. But that's the biggest reason. All right. I think I've got everything updated. Shall we go get the airplane going here? All right, start the sim. Here we go. And then we have to wait a little bit because it's cranky. How about a hydrate? There we go. Okay. Always enjoy the Aegean Airbus. Okay, we gotta have one with fences. Configure. Nope, that's not it. Maybe you have to go to high density. Nope, it's not high density. Well, that's the baby bus with oh no, it's not IAEs. We need CFM engines, right? We need CFMs. So Airbus A319 with CFM engines. Hey, there we go. CFM with wingtip fences. Now, sadly, I don't think I could fly the Air Berlin on this one. Sadly, we can't do that. But maybe we can do Air Berlin soon. But we need Avianca Standard. There we go. We could do the Polka Dot airline, Brussels Airlines. There's Avianca. And save and go back. And save and go back. Sure hope that our friends from Flight Sim Labs does a optimization update on that airplane. SKCL. Cali. Oh, turn off the damn clouds. We don't need to see the clouds when we're coming in to put ourselves on an airport, guys. All right, now let's make sure we're not going to spawn on anybody. Okay, I see a bunch of people around here. I see... That's Bravo 10. Yeah, none of these match. There is D. Okay, D17. That looks good. I don't think anybody's here. Let's try that gate. And that gate, let's write it down so we don't forget. Okay, I think we're good there. Twin Smile Aviation, are there events today? Yeah, we're going to fly in one right now. There's an event here in Cali, in Colombia. And then after that, we've got West Coast weekends in Vancouver. Hello, Jim. Welcome aboard. Jim, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Doing good here. Hope it's been good with you and all is right with the world. We're just getting started here in this event. Avianca, we got the right airplane. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. Biggest fear is at some point they figure out, oh, we don't want spies here anymore. They'll discover us. Okay, we are AVA 441 and it's an A319. Connect. I have been beeped. Flight plan. Call sign mispatch. I have filed a flight plan, but I'm connected as AVA. How did I file as a GN? I didn't file as a GN. AVA. Edit flight. AVA 441. How is it that that was... Oh, I got an A319 in there. AVA 441. Let's try it again, Sam. Pre-file on VATSIM. Still 24,000. Avianca 441. A319. File. Okay. We got that. Still nobody's over at the Delta gates. Avianca 441. Let's see if this works. Let's see. Jim had a bout of food poisoning from some dodgy curry. Yeah, I had something about 3-4 weeks ago with some old guacamole. One of my silly little phobias is I just have a thing about throwing stuff away, so... Well, good luck with that. I usually beat those things with an awful lot of... just flushing a lot of water. And, Tylenol and a lot of water. I see a couple of airplanes on the south side of the airport that look like business jets. I wonder if people are flying the Citation. I wonder if they have pizza in their airplanes. Look at the biz jets. Am I the only one here at this terminal? Is this not the cool kids terminal? This is the one everybody goes to? This is probably a domestic terminal, and I'm over at some international thing. JSG Droid has brisket and bacon box lunches. Okay, we're going to go over to JSG Droid's airplane now. Okay. Enough zipping around. We should hop in our airplane and do airplane things. So, Phoenix, ground services. Actually, why don't we go to GSX and get a jetway? Hey, look at that. We got a jetway. Odell just arrived. Hi, Odell. Happy Sunday. Odell is going to get to do a real-world flight in 6 days. Are you all packed up and ready to go? I know it's still 6 days away, but excited enough to be packed up and ready? Okay, all that looks good. Let's go to My Flights and import. 33 minutes to departure. Let's see, we're at a gate. I'll bet we could get some preconditioned air, so we don't have to start up the APU yet. I'm gonna open up my cargo. Here comes cargo. And everything looks good there. Airplane comes to life down here. So, Odell, you don't want to blow your cover. Where do you get to go this year? If you can't tell us, we understand. Sometimes people want to keep vacations a secret. And what kind of airplanes? Oh, I get to go on vacations every day on the live stream when we go play cool places like this. ASUS. Air operations, flight init, data request. The date is correct. UTC time, it looks pretty good. Just checking the weather. Load sheets aboard. Okay, this is going to be AVA. So, AVA. That looks good. Let's come on up here and do aligning. 1, 2, 3. Let's do crew supply. Cost index is going to be 15. Our cruise altitude is 240. And let's go and do IRS. No, not IRS in it. We wanted to do wind. Gotta press the right buttons. There's the wind request. We should probably do a clearance. Information Foxtrot is current, and wind data is aboard. That looks good. Let's come over here. Phoenix, mass and balance, load, GSX.
Boarding requested. Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Okay, we're going to have 5.8 in the tanks. We got 88 passengers. We have tower 118.1. There's tower. Odell.
195, 911,
Oh, you and your wife have got a great trip.
November 195.
Have you got a? Did you get to fly on a cool airplane that you like? I hope you got a window seat, right? So 6 days to vacation. What a good time.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Michael
clearance
just
granted,
gifted
agent.
a sub to Odell.
Loyalty
I think
noted.
that's for your vacation from Michael. Hey, Michael, thanks for gifting a sub today. Super duper nice of you. Thank you. But thanks for being to Odell, who gets to go on a vacation with your wife soon. You do have sunscreen, right? I always like to say, you do. If you're going to the beach, you do have sunscreen.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
1181. It's strangely quiet here. Why is it so quiet here? Thanks, Michael.
Volonta offline. Again.
Oh my
Spy,
gosh.
do you need a checklist?
Seriously, that's the way that Pauliot says, "Hi, I'm here in the live stream. How you doing?"
Avianca 5.
You forgot your part. You forgot. I know. Here we go. Welcome aboard.
Avianca 5.
Thank you for the reminder about Volonta. Welcome aboard.
Temperature 22 degrees. Report ready to taxi.
Pushback approved, spot 2. Report ready for taxi. 5 Oscar November.
It's the Clo 1 Charlie departure. One Charlie is going to be a turn to the right.
Avianca 5 Lima Sierra. Bravo 6. Request push and start.
Over here to Isopa.
November 195, airborne 195, Zulu, contact
I don't
Rhodes,
see
on
Isopa.
1941.
Over the push, 195.1.
Clo 1 Charlie.
Thank you.
Over Clo. I don't see Isopa.
Avianca 5 Lima Sierra. Request push and start.
Avianca 5 Lima Sierra after the Airbus 319 next to you. Pushback and start of approved spot 4 after temperature 32 degrees. Report ready to taxi.
Avianca 5 Lima Sierra. Roger, copied. After the or behind the company on our right, we push and start approved spot 4.
Okay, we're at Delta 16. Shall we try and get a clearance? This is... Cali Tower, hello there from Avianca 441 and A319 at gate Delta 16. Information, Foxtrot is aboard, requesting clearance to Pasto. Oh no, not you again. You're the one with those stupid jokes, right?
Avianca 441 Tower, good afternoon. Clear to Pasto by Cali 1 Charlie departure, Isopa transition, runway 02. Climb flight level 240, squad 1622.
Avianca 441, we are clear to Pasto via the Cali 1 Charlie departure, runway 02. Climb to flight level 240. Our squawk is 1632 for Avianca 441.
Avianca 441, squad 1622.
1622 for Avianca 441.
Avianca 441, everybody's correct. Report ready for push and start. QNH 1013.
1013 on the altimeter. We'll call for push and start. Avianca 441, thank you. Something about
Well
Christmas.
done, November 120 Lima Victor,
Pauliot
runway 02,
says
wind 030 visual
123 days till Christmas.
Clear for takeoff, November 120 Lima Victor.
Loviz is departing. Odell's got your sunscreen, and you get to fly an A330. London Santa. Every day is Christmas Day. Okay, let's see if we can't put some numbers in here. Let's come over here and flight plan. Taxi fuel is 0.150. You know, Pauliot, you missed a really, really great butter landing today. But I know you were here for the really, really great part of the day, which was yesterday, and having 90 seconds to spare in the Ryanair 25-minute turnaround. No, we weren't watching another streamer. Jeez. Okay, 0.655. Not watching another streamer. Alternate airport is coming back here, 1.18. Yes, I'm still being insufferable about beating the 25-minute time delay by 90 seconds. Did I mention it was 90 seconds that we beat that whole thing? Uh, 50.2 is our zero fuel weight. Actually, well, let's round it to 3. 27.2 is our zero fuel weight. There we go, and fuel planning is green. Let's come over here and accept it and return, and that looks really good. We can put in the flight plan now. I still think you have to do it with full briefings, checklists before you truly get to brag. Hey, this was my first time. Okay, we kind of did it once, but this is when I actually had a clock.
Top clearance granted.
I mean, we had a real timer.
Royalty noted.
So that was cool, right? Tony Macaroni just did a really nice resub. Hey, thank you for the resub. Or actually, this was a brand new one, a brand new Twitch Prime sub. Tony Macaroni, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Yeah, I had a timer, so that makes it a little more official. So a certain level of insufferable bragging does get to occur, right? Yeah, I know. I'm reaching for it, but if you're a live streamer these days, you really have to. Tony Macaroni, thank you for coming in. That is a great name on Twitch, by the way. We were all excited about Macaroni earlier today. We're doing the 1 Charlie departure, ISOPA transition, and insert. Now then, Loviz correctly reminds us that on this one they do hold, so we better check this out. It's rabbit hole time on the spy flight. Okay, airport ground chart. So we're coming in here, it's going to be runway 02. The RNP for 02 is over here. Okay, where are we picking it up from? We're gonna pick it up from Mur. We're picking it up from right here. Mur, that's, let's see, Mercaderes? Not Mur, like what they had in Life of Brian. Okay, so chug around here. And RNAV into the runway at 8,800 feet. Chances are there's gonna be a hold at Mur. So we're good to go there. Do we have anything else? Nope. I think that's all we need. We did not do a star to come in, so I don't think we have to worry about that either. Let's try and put it in at Mur. SKPS. Arrival. We got the RNAV for runway 2. No star. The VIA is already pre-selected, and insert. And let's just go through. That looks good. Init page 2. Who's bringing? I was I was trying to come up with that word. I was having so much fun with Myrrh and, you know, Life of Brian, and I could not for the life of me remember frankincense. That's just one of the harsh things about being in my brain. It just, you know, your simplest things you should know. Flight level 240, altimeter is 1013. Altimeters are checked and set. Those look good. Let's open up the APU flap. Star Lugo just arrived. Welcome aboard, Star Lugo. Super duper happy Sunday. Thanks for coming by today. 88 people are aboard. We're almost done with cargo. It's almost time to go. Let's put our squawk code in so that ATC does not squawk at us about failure to squawk. 1622. Clear, clear. 162. Up. 622. There we go. That looks good. Start the APU. Airplane is loaded. Sadly, your captain is not. And our second load sheet has arrived. So 50.3 is correct. And 27.2, that is correct too, except the second load sheet. To get there, we need 3.8. We have 5.84. Yeah, I didn't board a bunch of extra fuel just because I figured we were going to have to hold, right? Okay, fuel looks good. Let's do performance. APU bleed. And I'm going to disconnect preconditioned air. APU is good. I'm going to disconnect ground power. I'm going to turn on some fuel pumps. Otherwise, we're not getting very far. About to close the doors, seat belts. And GSX. Prepare for pushback and departure. I'm going to disconnect the GPU. I'm going to check my brakes are on. Funny, we're ready to get pushed back. And still 16 minutes before departure, I see an on-time departure today. Almost as good as our departure when we were departing out of Birmingham on Ryanair. Remember that flight? That was so much fun. Departure perf. Altimeter's good. It says 1012 though. Probably an updated altimeter. Okay, we're at D16. It'll be pushed back to Lima. Okay, all that looks good. I think we can go and start squawking. TARA and Mode Charlie on taxiways. Seatbelts are on. Everything looks good there. My guess is we're doing runway 02, right? So that means we're gonna need to push nose left, tail right. Now let's check the ATIS again. It was information Foxtrot, and it still is. We are at gate Delta 16. And we're fully ready for push and start. 118.1.
Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo, request taxi.
Tango 9 Yankee Kilo, taxi holding point runway 02 via Apron Golf Alpha.
Apron Golf Alpha, 2 holding point runway 02, Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo.
Tango 5 Oscar November, taxi holding point runway 02 via Apron Golf Alpha, follow level 319 in front of you.
Taxi due holding point runway 02 via Apron, Golf and Alpha, and follow the Airbus A319 in front. Avianca 5 Oscar November.
Cali Tower, hello again from Avianca 441 at gate Delta 16. Information Foxtrot remains aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Tango 441 pushback and start of approved. It's board 9, report ready to taxi. Temperature 32 degrees, QNH 1013.
1013 on the altimeter. We will call pushback and report ready at spot 9 for Avianca 441. I think it's time to go. Shall we do that cute little parking brake thing?
Cabin crew armed on.
Let's see. Lovis is telling JSG Droid that it was, you have to delete half the route and go straight shot to Pasto. I think a straight shot to some sort of pasta for dinner tonight would be very, very good.
Lima 0, will you be ready for purchase?
5 Lima 0, affirm, ready to go.
Starting engine number 1.
Like a 5 Lima Sierra, runway 02.
Starting 1. Lovis says, no, 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 we're going to get a whole new route.
5 Lima 0, runway 02, clear takeoff.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, request taxi.
Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo, taxi holding point Alpha 2.
Taking turning point Alpha 2, Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo.
And Avianca 5 Oscar November, taxi
I didn't
holding
want to
point
push
Alpha
into the other airplanes.
Taxiing to holding point Alpha 1, 5 Oscar November.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, taxi holding point runway 02 via Golf Alpha, holding point Alpha 1.
Golf Alpha,
Parking
holding
brake
point
set.
Alpha 1. Avianca 5
Hi,
Charlie Delta.
DMK6. Welcome in. Greetings, greetings, and happy Sunday to you. Good starts. Looking good. Traffic. Starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. Oh, my levers weren't all the way down.
Cali Tower, Avianca 303, Foxtrot, and Bravo 5. Looking for Ibuprofen.
No alligators sucked into the engines today.
Second 203 Tower, good afternoon. Clear Pasto by a Cali 1 Charlie departure. Sofa transition runway 02, climb fly level 200. Squad, Barcelona 1. Squad 1632.
Dave just arrived. Dave Kernow is here. Hi, Dave. Welcome aboard. Good evening to you.
Cali 1 Charlie departure, runway 2. Flight level 200, squawk 1632 for Avianca 203.
There's a gear pin.
Report ready for push and start QNH 1013.
And let's get a nice little wave. Thank you. And have a groovy day. Bye.
419.1, 5 Lima 0, goodbye.
I think 119.1 is going to be our next frequency.
Avianca 5 Oscar November, line up at 102.
5 Oscar November, line up runway 02.
APU. Done. Nose wheel tiller. I did. I ironically started getting GSX for the FS Labs. And I don't use the FS Labs an awful lot, but I did just start getting started using GSX, and it's been working pretty good. Every now and then GSX has a little nutty, but that happens to everybody. Ailerons. Back to normal. Rudder. Back to normal. Trims up. 1.2. Flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. And we're supposed to call ready at spot 9, which is here. So let's taxi down to spot 9.
Avianca 5 Oscar November, runway 02, wind 030, 04 knots, clear for takeoff.
Low vis got the hold at Mur.
Avianca 5 Oscar November.
Low vis is getting the hold.
Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo after departing aircraft, line up and way after.
And the departing company, land up and bay, runway 02 behind, Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo.
Cabin's ready. So low vis got the hold at Mur. Once we get up in the air, we should go and put the hold in at Mur too. ECAM checklist is green. Now we're looking for spot 9. Hold at Mur 14,000 feet is all programmed in. Did you program it in? Did you do it before the flight? Just you knew it was coming, right? That's usually, you know, the ones.
Avianca 5 Oscar November, airborne 2019, contact approach.
We usually do that on Mondays.
119.1, Avianca 5 Oscar November 5. Thank you.
Cali Tower, hello again. Avianca 441 pushed and started from stand Delta 16 and holding at spot 9, fully ready.
Avianca 441, taxi holding point Alpha 2 by a Kilo Alpha, temperature correction QNH 1012.
Holding point runway 02 via Kilo and Alpha 1012 on the altimeter for Avianca 441.
Attention all aircraft, call information is available, tailwind 33007 knots, QNH 1012.
Information Golf is now aboard. Information Golf. So somebody might get a hole in one. Boarded a bunch of extra fuel, but this really would have been a good flight to maybe do a single engine taxi.
Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo, runway 02, tailwind 33007 knots, clear for takeoff.
Runway 02, clear for takeoff, Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo.
No reason to taxi at warp factor 10 on this one. We're going to probably hold anyway, so just leave it at thrust idle. Just leave it at thrust idle and that should be perfect. Boozy Sheep has arrived. Hi, Boozy Sheep. We are doing a VATSIM event in Colombia. The airport altitudes can be a little bit high here. So we're doing Cali to Pasto right now. And then we've got West Coast weekend. So we're going to depart out of Vancouver and take a WestJet somewhere. Or maybe a Air Canada CRJ9. JSG Droid says the C750 captured the hold perfectly at the right altitude and the right speed. Such a great little airplane. And there's pizza aboard. Or in your case, bacon and
Yankee Kilo, Airborne 2022
bacon and brisket.
Contact 119.1 Avianca Nana Yankee Kilo, see you.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, line up at 102.
Line up at 8, runway 02, Avianca 5 Charlie Delta.
And we were supposed to go to Alpha 1.
Flight tower, Avianca 223, ready to push start, place golf.
Avianca 203, push back in start of approved spot 4, report ready to taxi, temperature, standby on that one, temperature 31 degrees, QNH 1012.
Alright, push back 144.
Minimum takeoff fuel is 4.43. 4.43. K-Sun has a nice freeware. How many? Is that a long one? Let's check takeoff fuel. Takeoff fuel is 5.7. We have got all the fuel we need. So no reason to worry about that. And we need the Cali departure here. Loviz says that this flight is short. You know what? We've got a little time. Parking brakes on. Let's go to the RNP runway 2 and let's put the hold in at Murr. All right. It's going to be inbound course is 213 right turns. 213 and right turns. So let's find Murr. There's Murr. Hold. 213 degrees. Right turns. And it's going to be flight level 120, 230 knots.
Charlie Delta, runway 02, tailwind 330.
Let's insert it. Okay, we got that all set and ready to go.
Runway 02, clear takeoff of Avianca 5 Charlie Delta.
Avianca 441 after departing aircraft, line up and wait 02 after.
Avianca 441, line up and wait 02 after departing aircraft. Avianca 441. And strobes. Landing lights are ready. Cabin call. Is it about an hour and a half? I don't know that we've actually been to Quezon before. We were thinking about Kelowna, Edmonton, or Calgary. In fact, I don't even know. Quezon Airport. That's Friedman Memorial Airport. There's a freeware and a payware. This is Sun Valley and Ketchum, Idaho. Oh, are there potatoes there? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist doing a potato joke. JSG Droid does not have an auto throttle. Really? Boozy Sheep says that freeware is very good. The potatoes there are gold potatoes.
Salida Cali 1 Charlie, transición ISOPA, pista 02. Suba a nivel de vuelo 220, transponder 1633.
Estamos autorizados, Pasto, Cali 1 Charlie, la salida, transición ISOPA, pista 02, ascenso a nivel de vuelo final 220, respondemos en 1633, el aeroseguro de 4245.
Aeroseguro 4245, población correcta, notifique listo, retroceso y puesta en marcha, QNH 1012.
Para listo, retroceso y puesta en marcha, QNH 1012 para la
The cab checklist is green. We're ready. We're good.
Tango 5 Charlie Delta Airborne 202.
Right turn.
Approach on
Lovis says we have gone to K-Sun before. Oh, I don't remember that.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, bye-bye.
Good Abend, Tom. Tom SCH checking in from Frankfurt. Has it been any cooler for you this weekend?
Avianca 5052, Bravo 8, request push and start.
Tango 5052, please back in the status of proof at spot 5, report ready to taxi, temperature 31 degrees, QNH 1012.
Lovis says we took the F-28s to K-Sun. So K-Sun Airport is in Idaho. I think you said Sun Valley. KSUN. That might be fun. JSG Droid has weather radar in the MFD. The week has been a significant cool down, and Tom is happy with that.
Like a 441, runway 02, tailwind 330 degrees 07 knots, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. Avianca 441, thanks. Shall we go? Throttle's up halfway. Engines are stable. El Clocko is running. And up and away. Manual flex, SRS, runway, set, auto thrust, blue. V1, hands off the throttles, rotate. Lever climb, so throttles. And we probably ought to lower the nose a little bit. Follow the flight directors. The flight directors are our friend.
Tango 441, Airport 2029 and salute on that approach 119.1.
119.1 for Avianca 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Cali Control 126.7.
6.7, Avianca 577, over.
Bye.
Cali radar. Good evening. Avianca 441 is passing 5,700.
New recruit
Avianca
detected.
441 Royal.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Radar
Station.
contact, climb up to 6 to flight level 240.
Climb up to flight level 240, Avianca 441. Okay, looking good there. Almost ready to start our turn.
Station calling Cali, say again.
Please keep your seatbelt.
There's our turn.
We recommend
Detergent
Avianca
Foot just
442
followed.
Royal.
Hi, Detergent Foot. Welcome.
You're clear to
Thanks for
Cali
coming by
via
today.
for Alpha.
There's the turn.
Cali VOR. Present position direct to Cali VOR.
Oh, I didn't get flaps. I thought I got them. Didn't get those. Flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. And landing gear is up. Everything's good to go there. Look at that. We didn't scratch the paint or anything.
Cosmic 271 Roger, recibido, procede directo al BR de Cali, mantenga 1.4000 pies, por favor.
En descenso ahora 1.4000, pues,
Señor, está como enredadita la cosa.
Dale, dale.
Yes, sir, take ILS Zulu, runway 02, and you are clear for the approach, Lufthansa 252.
Not a bad departure so far.
No, it's straight ahead.
Clouds
Straight
are all
ahead,
over the place. 11,000 feet landing lights. Nose light. 10,000 foot cabin call. And around we go. Map goes out a little bit bigger. So I did just look. We do have Sun Valley. Loviz was right. We have the Sun Valley scenery. If we want to go to Sun Valley from Vancouver, I don't remember us going there. Loviz says we took the F-28s there. Sphinx Music is on a 15 stream streak today. Thank you for being here on a 15 stream streak. Lots of streaking going on. Just about ready to pass the airport. We might see it through the clouds. Probably not, though. Loviz says that this is one of those airports where there's it's a one-way street. You can only get in and depart one way.
November 271, ¿qué velocidad indicada tiene, por favor?
Looking over here, there's our departure.
El American 442 indicator of speed.
Coincidentally, Boozy Sheep reminds us that Sun Valley is actually really in a valley.
As soon as possible.
Sun Valley, Idaho.
November,
normally, arrivals in Sun Valley are SkyWest Airlines. So E-Jets from SkyWest. Looks like it's SkyWest.
Yes, sir, please. Avianca 5, Oscar, November.
There is a QXE flight in from Seattle. That's an E-Jet. So it looks like it's mostly E-Jets. There's an EJA. There's a C700. NetJets, that's a C700. Anything else coming? Mostly it's SkyWest. Probably not the best airport to take your 777 or anything. James the Catcher is doing a long haul today. James is going Kennedy to Frankfurt. More power to you. The only time I can do those is when I'm doing cross the pond.
November 271, reduzca velocidad para 220.
Moo. Haven't got all the sounds back yet. But I can do a reasonable imitation of cows. Although my cow's probably a little on the sarcastic side. Looking good.
Lufthansa 252, contact Cali, control
Seatbelts.
Cali Tower 118.1. Lufthansa 252, Cali
SKPS
Tower 1813.
ATIS is available. Transition level 120, runway 2. Vectors for the RNP, we got that loaded. I think we're ready to go. Oh, you wanted the, oh, cows, we got cows from the line from Twister. Yeah, we got to get that go back too. Yeah, I don't think I did have a moo. Okay, we should be getting our hold instructions any second now.
November 271, desciende y mantenga.
Yep, look, Julia, we've got cows.
7000 pies, altímetro 1012.
And it was the same cows, so probably not the happiest of cows. It was the psychologist shrink. It was Bill Paxton's girlfriend in the movie, and she was talking to one of her patients who was having a meltdown. And she said, "I've got to go. We've got cows." Okay. What plane are we taking into Sun Valley, Idaho? Well, we could, most of the real world airplanes, it's all E-jets. I don't think that the E-jet's ready for this flight sim. So the next best one is going to be a CRJ-9. We could also take a 737 MAX. Those would work. We've already had 2 days, 2 flights with the Airbus. Okay, we're at our cruise. We should be told to hold soon. I doubt we're gonna just come straight in. Yep, we could take this. We could take the Citation 10.
Autorizado aproximación. Notifique establecido en el localizador.
Nos encontramos en el localizador.
Recibido, Oceanic con el 366, cambio con Torre Cali 118.
I think we get to sit back a little bit, enjoy a little beverage. Very good.
Convict 271, descienda para 6000 pies de autorizado aproximación a Yales Yankee pista 02.
Uh-oh, wants destination data already.
Autorizado las.
Okay, destination data.
American 442, descend and maintain
1018. Altimeter. Temperature 25. Wind 09013. Transition is 120.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, contact Cali control 126.7.
And minimums, according to our arrival, minimums are going to be 6,300 feet. Boy, am I glad we are flying the Airbus. You just get to dial it in. Very cool. Performance, 39 miles from top of descent.
American 442, report established at the holding pattern, please.
Cosmic 271, nos encontramos bastante satisfechos.
Okay, everything looks good there.
Autorizado, circuito de acuerdo a lo publicado.
I think everything is set up. We got the hold already in. We just have to be told to do it. We have ATIS aboard, information Foxtrot. It's 105 miles to Pasto. We have half a tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. I think we're ready to go. Mr. Jazz, happy Jazzy Sunday. Thank you for coming in today. We are jazzing our way down to a small airport in Colombia on a VATSIM event.
American 442, descendment 10,000. Roger, you're established, descend to 10,000.
A lot of airplanes going to this airport. Oh, you hear a few other things, Ms. Keeter. Not much blues. Loviz is on the 5th lap. Really? Waiting for the brisket plane to land.
Eso es correcto. American 442, descend to 8,000.
I think American 442 is going to another airport. Hi, Russ. Russ.
Avianca 441, contact Cali Control 126.7.
126.7 now for Avianca 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Cali Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo.
126.7.
Station calling Cali,
Russ, we are going to do
Contact me by Sensor Control.
Vancouver to Sun Valley, Idaho next.
Hello, Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo, flight level 240, inbound Mike Echo Romeo, within 50 vendors.
Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo, hello, radar contact radar 240, proceed direct to India Papa India, report crossing 4
Avianca 9 Yankee Kilo, direct India Papa India, Wilco.
Cali Control, very good evening. Avianca 441 is at flight level 240 with information Foxtrot aboard.
Avianca 441, hello, radar, contact, despegar en pie approach runway 02, holding over Mike Echo Romeo, report ready for descent.
Avianca 441 will be ready for descent in about 10 miles, all set up for the RNP runway 02 and the hold at Mike Echo Lima. Avianca 441.
Mike Echo Romeo, and when ready, so descend to flight level 140.
When ready, descend flight level 140 for Avianca 441. Melvin, this is a cool event. It's one of those busy events, and there's usually a hold and the high altitude airports with mountains and stuff. Let's see, Russ is heading out to the airport today. Your daughter's coming in from Hotlanta. No kidding. I hope that's a nice arrival. It looked like the weather in Texas, probably a smooth arrival. And Flying Walnut just checked in from the UK. Hi, Flying Walnut. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you. Let's go ahead and start our descent. Down we go. Flight level 140.
Contacto RAR va a continuar atento para nivel de vuelo 230 en alto régimen de ascenso presente rumbo pendiente.
Backup altimeter is set. James is going to Hotlanta in 3 months from now. You're going to go home for Thanksgiving and update your driver's license.
autoriza, Presión Cali Control autoriza al Bonilla Aragón vía tu
That'll be a nice trip home. Will you be stopping at Vortex for a volcano burger? Russ is going to do a flight Hotlanta next Sunday via Southwest. Love Field. Russ, I hope you have a good trip too. Landy says it's important to remember for this flight, high altitude, it's hot, the air is thin. We move faster. My true airspeed will be higher. Avgeek Fozzie, welcome aboard. I'm kind of thinking, CRJ, most of the airplanes, flights that come in are E-Jets. The E-Jet's not ready for Flight Sim 2024. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe I'll take that. JSG Droid, the wind is crazy. 300 feet in altitude. Maybe somebody dropped that big old hunk of brisket and that's what knocked you down 300 feet. They need to be more careful back in the cabin and not be throwing the brisket around. Let's see. No, James wants an airport brew. Oh, really? Are there any good, like Atlanta brews that are there that you're going to try?
Victor, cross being Mike Echo Romeo.
November 120 Lima Victor, Roger that, continue approach, QNH 1018, report Papa Sierra 409.
Roger,
Ahead
QNH
and below.
1018, continue the approach, and we're going to call
let's see,
you at
Polyot's
Papa
testing
Sierra
something for
409,
Boozy Sheep.
0 Lima Victor.
Avianca 441, continues into Cali 120, now you are number 1 in approach sequence, hold over Mike Echo Romeo, set for instruction.
Avianca 441, continuing down to flight level 120. We will call in the hold at Mike Echo Romeo.
That is correct.
We have cows. Moo. Polyot says it was quiet.
Control, hello, Avianca 5052, level 20.
Satena 2X6, contact Cali, approach 119 airplane, 1 half under full arrival.
I gotta go, Julia, we got
Cali control, 9.1, Satena 286. Yeah. Avianca 5052, hello, radar contact level 220, expect RMP approach.
Polyot says that's a better altitude, a better altitude, a better sound level. Sounds good. Thank you.
5 Oscar November, Lima airspace, now for a frequency value, advisory frequency 12.8, half on the full flight.
Modern Unicom 122 designated, Avianca 5, Oscar November, bye-bye.
Yeah, Volaris 187 Chile por derecha, por directo a Anca. Coche por derecha, por directo a Anca.
por derecha directo a Ancas, Volaris 187 Guides.
Let's see, Flight Sim Aviation, I'm going to probably take my CRJ-9 for Air Canada Express, so I'm going to be feeling kind of jazzy on that flight. You could also take a WestJet 737 if you wanted, an Airbus A319 or 20. You could also do a NetJets Citation. Or if you're really feeling energetic, you could kind of flap your arms and do it that way if you want. But I think you'd have to be super energetic on that one. James wants to know about camera settings.
Romeo, descend and maintain flight level 140.
Up here we go. I'm supposed to go down to flight level 120.
Hold, spec hold over Mike Echo Romeo, descend and maintain flight level 140.
140, expect to hold over Mike Echo Romeo,
You are number 2 in approach sequence, number 1, Airbus A319 from your company, now joining the hold or make economy right now.
I'm trying to remember, James. It's been a while since I've set them up. We're number 1 for in the hold, so I don't feel like we got to go and do hold math for loops. Lovis did like 5 loops on this one, though. Cali Control, Avianca 441 is overhead Mike Echo Romeo in entering the hold.
Avianca 441, roger that, continue to level 120, expect around 8 minutes for start your approach.
Expecting 8 minutes, descending now to flight level 120 for Avianca 441.
That is correct. I know that you usually stream, I think that you are. Can you please state your Twitch channel?
I'm sorry, what was that again for Avianca 441?
Avianca 441, I think that you are a streamer, is that correct?
Yeah. We're streaming at 757 Spy.
Gotcha, thank you.
And we're behaving. We're being good pilots today. We're not.
Cali Control, November 120, Lima Victor.
There's Lovis coming in. That's right, only today. Yes, it's a Sunday special as we all behave.
Contact approach 1. Can you say approach? Is it 119.1?
Negative. Tower 118.0.
Roger. Tower 18.0 0 Lima Victor.
118.0. 8 minutes, no big problem there.
Giant 1126, my air.
Okay, we're in the hold just like good pilots. Our speed is green dot speed.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We're going down to 12,000. That's good. I think that there's going to be another gold star up next to the spy name up on the pilot board there for entering the hold and being such good pilots. There's already another really big one up there because we managed to do the Ryanair 17-minute turnaround yesterday with 90 seconds left over. So, my gosh, there's just gold stars up by the name, the spy name everywhere today and yesterday. Oh, it's 25, not 17. Whoops, sorry. I should get the number right if I'm going to gloat. What a bad landing. Oh, no, there was a tree close to the runway. 568, this is a high. Have we tried to fly the Concorde? The last time we had a good Concorde was over an X-plane. Flight Sim Labs is working on one. When that one comes over to Microsoft Flight Simulator, we'll do that. I know, now we're scared. Well, JSG Droid's airplane was a little bit battered up anyway because of all the brisket aboard. Oh. 1018.
Chania 462, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, monta plataforma general, de la autoría de secretaría activación plan de vuelo Cali con
462 autorizado a Cali vía Tumaco 3 para la salida pista 24, se mantiene 17.000 pies, código de transponder 1641.
Precios son autorizados para Cali, ahora salida Tumaco 3 alfa, pista 34, ascenso para 17.000 pies y responder en 1641.
Negativo, pista 24 para su salida.
De correo,
JSG Droid says, watch those winds. Possible shear. There is a stupid tree on the way in. That if he's going to start a training session as a ground controller today in Orlando, right? Manifee? Orlando. Yeah, those trees are a big problem. And power lines. Who is it? Who came up with the bright idea to put power lines at the end of our runway? It's not like we could use them as arrestor cables or anything like that.
Expect around 15 minutes for a start approach.
Establish and hold a Mike Echo Romeo level 140 and then 5052.
Hola, 187 Juliet, comunique Cali aproximación 119,1.
Manifee's converting to ground.
Contactamos Cali aproximación 119,1, volar 187 Juliet, buena tarde.
Got one airplane 2,000 feet above us. Hi, Burgos, man.
Information, there is an opportunity for your company. Establish at the hold at 120.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, Pacific, India, Papa, India, flight number 3.
Okay. We're going to get busy. Let's do a posture check. Be ready to fly the airplane.
Avianca 5 Charlie Delta, good evening.
Yeah.
On the descent, our next altitude is 7,500 feet at Mishap, 8,800 here. Okay, so we'll program 8,800 when we're coming in. Should have set the chronometer here when they said, okay, your hold's going to be about 8 minutes. That would have been just nice to know how much of the 8 minutes had gone by. That would have been a smart move.
Avianca 441, exit hold, Mike Echo Romeo, continue approach, runway 02, QNH 1018, report Papa 0409.
Exiting the hold at Mike Echo Romeo, Papa Sierra 409 is our next report for Avianca 441.
That's good, right?
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Somebody just did something nice. I'm setting up my altimeter here. .230 knots there. 180 knots is coming up next. How about flaps 1? Be the Gamer just did a raid. Hi, Be the Gamer. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, we got a descent in about 8 miles. And our next speed is 180. Let's just pop that in right now so we're ready to go. JSG Droid has arrived. No, Loviz has arrived. 1018. Yep, we got the altimeter set.
Avianca 5052, continuation to fly level 120.
We need to find out if they're sending the EMTs out. Minus 396. This was a difficult arrival. It is. Well, if anything, they need to send a special chef out to take care of the brisket and the bacon. I mean, that's what's valuable on that airplane, right? Everybody's excited about that. Look at that. We haven't scratched the paint. Airplane is happy. Just such a cool little airplane. Uh-oh, we have a company message. Avianca Ops. What's it say? No ADC required. We had an on-time departure. See, we had butter on the last landing, an on-time departure here. We beat the 25-minute Ryanair turnaround. It's just been one of those great days, and yesterday was too. I'm gonna arm approach mode. Let's do speed brakes. Let's do auto brakes. And we're good to go there. And manage speed for the landing. Manaphy, they need government vehicles to secure the top secret brisket and bacon. Oh, it's not spy brisket. It's droid brisket. It's droid biscuit, it's droid biscuit and bacon. Brisket. Easy for me to say. Low-vis slipped on JSG droid's bacon. It was all over the runway. Such a problem. This is a fun approach, though. Stay off to the left. You get too far over to the right side, and the cliff, you fall off the side. Why not use approach? Because I'm showing off my skill as an arrival. We could. Lovis should have landed on the grass. It would have been better. We got this arrival. We need to stop at 10,000. Lovis says the wind is going to be brutal. Well, hopefully I don't blow it. Next brisket will be low and slow, and I'll wrap it up in 3 pounds of bacon. See, that'll be good. And landing lights. Nose light. Seat belts. Cabin call. It's the low and slow brisket. That's right. Everybody needs to go to Droid HQ for low and slow brisket.
Bianca 441, contact Narita Tower 118.0, have on the floor arrival.
118.0, just overhead Papa Sierra 409. Thank you for the nice ATC. Have a great week from Avianca 441.
I'm seeing your landing, have on the floor arrival.
Okay, 88 is our next altitude. And tower, 118.0. How about wheels? Landing gear would be a good idea. Pasto Tower, very good evening. Avianca 441's overhead. Papa Sierra 409 on the RNAV for runway 2.
Avianca 441, hello sir. Continue approach, runway 02.
Continue the approach, runway 02, Avianca 441. Okay. Rudder pedals all set and ready to go. Looking good there. Next is 150 knots. VAP today is 125. Looking good there. Everything's good to go up there. We're going to hit the approach button now. Let it manage us just a little bit on the arrival. We could turn on terrain radar. That's a good idea. It does look a bit gloomy today. Well, JSG droids, low and slow brisket will make everybody happy. I think the autopilots had about as much fun as we can stand. Next speed is 150. 150 on the speed. Flaps 2. I'm going to change my mind and go config 3. Flaps 3. Flaps are set. ECAM checklist should be green. Yep, we're good to go. Dad Game Time, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. So once we get over this little hill here, we'll start our turn. Autopilot off. We're gonna die.
Bianca 441, runway 02, wind 090 degrees, 13 knots, clear to land.
Bianca 441, clear to land, runway 02. Low Viz has popcorn ready. Well, at least you know there's all of that bacon grease on the runway, so that might make it taste a little better. I don't think that we need to be yelled at the whole trip down about the freaking terrain. The hard part is being able to look out the window and actually start going visual. I'm using the flight directors mostly for this. Yeah, just like turning off the landing gear warning and the lavatory full warning. That's an important warning to not turn off either. Right, Will from online? Flight director says I'm a little high. Got the airport, got the runway. Going pretty much visual now. It says we're a touch high. Oh, there's a tree. Look at the size of those cliffs. There's the trees. There's that wind JSG droid was saying. There's the freaking tree right at the end of the runway, because of course it's there.
Pull up. Sync rate.
40, 30, 20, retard.
Come on.
Bianca 441, welcome to Pasto. Temperature 25 degrees, continue taxi, runway 20, backtrack, and vacate via Bravo.
Vacating via Bravo, backtracking on runway 20, Avianca 441. Oh, I'm pretty sure there's going to be hot brakes on that one. I'm pretty sure there's going to be hot brakes on that for sure. Man, if he's going to do the Bozeman flight. And they said exit at Bravo, right? So the middle one.
Bianca 441, expect parking number 3.
Parking number 3, and that was taxiway Bravo for Avianca 441?
Correct.
Taxiway Bravo, spot 3 for Avianca 441. Thanks. All right. Well, we already know which spot we're supposed to park at. We just have to hope that nobody puts spot remover on that spot, right? Okay, well, we didn't scratch the paint, but it was kind of a hard landing, wasn't it? Okay, we want the middle taxiway for spot 3. The thing is if we, with the hot brakes, the cool part is we could use the hot brakes as a grill for JSG Droid's brisket. That's spot 2. There's spot 3. A nice little airport. Hi, Solzy. Welcome in. Yes, there are some really good VATSIM events that have popped up here in Colombia lately. And the airports are really challenging. So that's one of the cool parts about all this is we've got really challenging airports and stuff. And that's been and really good ATC. I've got the freeware JSG Droid. There is also a payware at Flight Sim Market, I believe. Landy says we have 2 arrivals inbound. Well, the brisket did sound good, and we all got to see a picture of it too. So yeah, a little bit of obsession happens here. And there we go. Parking brakes. Did we get the APU up and running? We did. Let's get the keep the APU bleed on because we're definitely gonna need to keep the airplane cool. And let's come up here. We're done with our fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're done with the ADIRs, 3, 2, 1. And by now that usually means we're good with the beacon. I didn't get strobes and seatbelts. Deboard the airplane. We could have GSX do a little deboarding for us too. Request deboarding. And here comes our stairs. Hey, Solzy, welcome on in. That is a nice, this is that Disney, this is the Disney Avianca livery that they have here. Free Spirit Angels, if any cowboy, CIA, I don't know about if anyone cowboy, I have no idea what that is, Free Spirit Angels, sorry. I do tend to live in a little bit of a cave though. I think we need to open our own doors here. So let's do Phoenix and ground, doors, 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 and doors. There we go. Hey, there's the passenger bus. I think we made it. And this is really kind of a cool little airport. We've been here several times. They did a nice job on this airport. And nice big hills around the area too. Well, you know what we should have done? We are irradiating the ground crew. We didn't turn the radars off. Didn't get the radars turned off. That's not cool. Hi, Slushy. Welcome aboard. Yeah, it's time for me to disconnect too because there's other people coming in and there aren't a ton of gates here. So really, really cool. Passengers are deboarding. Even with the tree at the end of the runway, this is a nice one. The tree does look frightening at the end of the runway here. So do the cliffs. When you're coming in over the cliffs there, that's got to be really weak. Slushy is doing some controlling today. So that means at your airport things are not out of control, right? KV just arrived too. Welcome aboard. We need to do a posture check. We'll do that in just a second. Make sure all this is good. Okay, Vancouver to Sun Valley, Idaho. There is a freeware airport for Sun Valley, Idaho. If you want to get that, there was also, I think I saw a payware airport, and that one was at Sim Market. Fort Mac in Alberta is always under control, and there's probably really good mac and cheese there too, right? All sorts of good ATC. This is a really nice little event. And like I said, you know, we got some really good little good ATC that's popping up here. All right, so we're going to go Vancouver, CYVR, Vancouver. Okay, visuals, 26 left, 26 right. Departure runway is 26 left. 26 left is what we're departing at here. Let's see. I don't know if Sun Valley is going to have a digital ATIS or not. We could check. Free Spirit Angel. I do not know that live streamer, so I don't know for sure. Okay, let's see if there's a K-Sun in here. No K-Sun in here. So the next thing to do is to go to a tracker and then look, KSUN, Sun Valley, Idaho. Polyot says there is a Starship launch in 2 hours. So be prepared when it, yes, closed airspace. Man, that has just become... Okay, looks like this is, we should probably plan on runway 31. So this is runway 31. You take off and land, so runway 31 for the arrivals. That's probably good. And like I said, as I look down here, it's mostly E-jets and C-750s. JSG Droid is going to do a suggestion for Victoria. Modding Unlimited, welcome aboard. Okay, so that looks good. Let's come on up to Vancouver. And there's Vancouver, and we're going to park down here where the small planes go. Let's get the sim go. Oh, no. It's a CRJ, so we don't need the autopilot or the McDo, so we don't need Moby Flight. Okay. Flight sim. Slushy, south departures out of Victoria are really nice. So it looks like JSG Droid and Loviz are going to do Victoria Airport. Probably named after the Queen, not Posh Spice, I'm guessing. New flight. All right, so this will be a JZA. We're feeling jazzy today. CYVR. K-Sun. Nope. Actually, we need to put 441 in, and then CYVR, and then K-Sun. There we go. I'm going to be, and I think it's the 900 is what Air Canada Jazz flies. So a little bit longer. Air Canada Jazz. Probably not a big flight, so let's go ahead and buy ourselves just 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel. Departing 261 left, landing runway 31. And then I'm going to do, let's come up here, and instead of cost index, I'm going to file for Mach 0.80 because you don't put a cost index in the CRJ. Let's generate a flight. Where is K-Sun? Canadian Bear. K-Sun is in Idaho. It's Sun Valley, Idaho. So get ready for potato jokes. I mean, that's what they do there. The sun is about 150 million kilometers from Earth. It is. And I'm sure that there's an airline. I'm sure that there is an airline that's planning direct service to the sun at some point in time. I think this is good. We do need a PDF. And put that on the desktop. And turn it on. And let's go pre-file on VATSIM. There's probably a McDonald's and a Starbucks there. More likely a Burger King. I'm not kidding. Every airport video that I see from the EU or the UK, every airport video and every train video, you know what I see there? I see Burger King all over the place. Flight level 370, I think flight level 350. This always tends to make us go just a little high. Filed. Good evening, Jersey Pilot. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Hospitals? Okay, is it just me and Captain Sarcastic here that sees the irony of having, like, Burger King in a hospital? I'm sure it's right next to the Cardiac Award. Cardiac Ward, not award. Whoops, mishandled that word pretty bad. Okay. Let's put that link in for you. Oh, that was a bad slip. Yo, they're drumming up business. They're drumming up business. Okay, we're going to K-Sun. Boozy Sheep suggested that we go to K-Sun. All right, let me see if I can't update Express service. Yeah, from... And, you know, it's not that some of them are that bad. Some of the food isn't all bad. But there's some people that just, that's all they eat, and that's why it's bad. Manaphy, do the patients develop a cholesterol? Yes. And there's free testing. Yeah, that's what the teleprompter. Actually, I thought about ordering one. Elgato, the people that make Stream Deck and other capture cards, they've actually put together a very nice, it looks like a nice little prompter. And you can not only put words up there, but the other cool thing is you can also do what in television, in the Weather Center, we called it return video, which means that on the prompter, instead of seeing words, you see video, like what you're seeing on Twitch. Which, if you set it up correctly, and it's not too hard to do, if you do a lot of Zoom meetings, what you would do is you'd put the output of Zoom in return video in the prompter. And so instead of looking at your screen, looking away while other people are talking on your Zoom meeting, you're looking right at the camera. You're maintaining eye contact with people. And so that makes you a more effective Zoomer. It's probably about $300 US, so, not time to go spending money, but it's kind of cool. That's right. Polyot and the sheer number of people that are smoking too, right? in the health community. Anyhow, if you do use Zoom for business and stuff like that, it might seem kind of silly because a lot of people laugh at teleprompters and anchors and stuff, but that's a really great way to make it look like you're paying attention. Okay, we're going to do a 900. There we go. And we need to switch to Air Canada Jazz. The other side of the argument is if you're unwell and in a hospital, sometimes eating healthy isn't top of the list. That's right. There is an awful lot to be said about to be comfort food and mental well-being. I think that we don't prioritize. We worry about physical ailments, and as well we should. We should worry about heart conditions and broken bones and all that other stuff. But one of the things that we don't worry about is, and it sounds a little foofy, but we don't worry about emotional damage that gets done to a lot of folks. And so, yeah, if you're in a hospital and you're facing a really tough, life-threatening disease, and one of your favorite things is a Whopper, having a Whopper that close makes you feel a little bit better. JSG Droid wants a doctor that's fit and doesn't smell like smoke. Well, I can agree. I've never had to deal with a nicotine addiction, though. I've been very lucky in life. Have not had some of these really, really awful addictions that are out there. Okay, now what we need to do is look at VATSIM radar and refresh it so that we can prevent spawning. Spawn prevention is important. Portal, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Comfort food is definitely help Polyot. That and JSG Droid's really good recipes. Yeah, JSG Droid was really a rock star with some of the recipes that kind of helped you along with the treatment. Portal, good to see you. Paramax, we are flying on VATSIM. Come on board. Well, silly jokes are, I do enjoy silly jokes. I just do. I think that people that play with language, I really feel like that shows a sign of intelligence, to be honest. I know a lot of people refer to that as, the lowest form of humor. But I think that people that play with words, play with language like that, that's a sign of intelligence, I think. Not that I'm this great English major or anything like that, but playing with words is cool. Playing with communication. Almost as cool as playing with pixel planes. Okay, everything's loading up here. You know what we should do? We should turn off Flight Sim Labs, for one thing. Jersey Pilot says some people play with words on porpoise. Insert Minty's whale sounds here. Eep, eep, eep. I don't do it as well. Let the airplane, let the sim kind of just stabilize a little here. The little movies, see how they're still, stuttering? I usually wait until the movies that are panning around the airplane here. Aratir. Verbogeny is one of many pleasure rights afforded to creative thinkers. Ooh, that is awesome. Although that did sound like one of Professor Snape's potions. Not as good as, you know, lacewing flies, but pretty close. Okay, let's get in the airplane. Let's do VATSIM. Okay, connect. We're going to get on VATSIM now. JZA 441, and it's a CRJ 9. Those are static planes. And you know what we're going to do? Because I know somebody is reaching for a special button. A very special button. But we just got Volanta going, so we don't need... Oh!
Again. Spy, do you need a checklist?
I need a keeper. Okay, we did it at the same time, so you get that one. Okay, all that looks good. Let's come on over here. There's our little airplane. Got a few more here at Vancouver. And it's information as Juliet. Looking good there. I think we're on VATSIM. We got everything set. Let's hop in the plane and do airplane stuff. First things first. Got to click this button. Just click the center of the screen. Go to aircraft. Hit cold and dark. Open up all your doors. And request your ground power card. Okay, let's go ahead and get a jetway. So drop the guardrails and request your jetway. Here comes our jetway, presented today by HBSC, or whatever is on the side. HSBC, I guess. HSBC. Okay. And it looks like the jetway's going to make it all the way to the airplane today. You can't get the reversers. Melvin. Okay, Brant. Do you remember to do the reverse arm your reversers? Did you remember to do those switches? That's you got to arm your reversers on this one. TH Foxtrot, jetway with stairs. Okay, so what's going on here is I can show it a little bit better over here. So you've got it's armed. Okay. The reason that I have stairs out is the door has stairs in it. You see the stairs right there? You've just got to have stairs. That's going to be it. So what you do is in the controls, so you see the jetway's up here. And if we come on into the jetway, you see it just matches right up with the door. But the stairs are down. So the stairs are down like that. But that's the only way to open the door. So you actually have to open the door. And then what you'll go and do... Oops. Then what you'll go and do is you'll come over here. And there's some goofy guy with the camera up. So you come over here to this thing. And after you've opened the passenger door, you drop the guardrails. And then call your jetway. And that's why it happens that way. As far as reversers, so I'm using the Thrustmaster. So if we go to options and page 2, we can come up here. Calibrate throttle. So one of the things that I have is I have dual axis on my throttle. So I set those up. The other thing that you need to do is if you're using the Thrustmaster Airbus stuff like I'm doing, make sure you've checked the reverser axis. So I actually run my throttles like an Airbus, my reversers. And then what you'll do is then you'll go and calibrate them like this. And that's how you do that. I don't know if that helped you at all. Previous page. Cancel. Previous page. Let's check for updated nav data while we're here. So why use a jetway? Well, for one reason, we do have a jetway here. So we're going to want to do that. Your latest navigation database is installed and ready. Previous page. All right, let's go to the flight plan and import. Oh, camera. Thank you. Hey, Philosopher at Large is back. Welcome back, Philosopher at Large. Okay, flight plans aboard. Aircraft, we do have ground power. Let's turn the plane on. We have the Boris sounds for the airplane, so it's pretty good. So turn it up and battery. Battery master is on. Ground power. Nav lights. Slide over. Hydraulic 3A switch. Slide over. No smoking to on. Emergency lights to auto. Windshield heaters on. And air conditioning. Recirculating fan goes on. That's the ceiling fan. And as the airplane comes to life, we're going to come over here and do integrated lighting on the front panel. And I'm going to come down here and do integrated lighting on the pedestal. Great. We don't need the caution and the warning up. I was just copying and pasting the flight plan in. Now let's go to charts. The charts app in this is really pretty good. So that all looks good. And if you hit the magnifying glass with the B in there, you get a really good ground tracking chart, which is nice. Well, you could save some money. On the other hand, I think, I don't know where they park their CRJs here. So I just chose this gate. And my guess is, this is Vancouver. It's chilly in the winter. There's snow. They probably want to keep their passengers in a jetway. But yeah, it does cost more for sure. Philosopher at Large did the ATR and the Cessna 502. Well, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Did you have fun flights in that? All right. Initialize position. Navigation database is good. Position init. We are at CYVR. Our gate is 16A. Doesn't know it. Clear it out. Page 2. Grab a GPS position. Page 1. And just put that in the boxes. And then we have to come down here and go to nav and nav on the IRSs. Ryanair does that because it reduces the cost of your ticket, not using a jetway. Air Canada doesn't need to worry. They're happy to just bake the cost of the jetway into the ticket price. They are not in the LCC game, so it's not a concern. LCC, low-cost carrier. I'm trying desperately to come up with another few words to fill the acronym, but I can't. Hi, AH Mike. Welcome aboard. LCC. Licorice, chocolate, and caffeine. Not very good. CYVR. CYVR. Turn the music back on. we are going to K-Sun. Sounds like an easy listening radio station. Our alternate is K-Boy, K-B-O-I, Boise. We are Jazz, J-Z-A, Flight 441. Our first waypoint today is the YVR VOR. YVR. After YVR, we're going to PDT. After PDT, we're going to be on the J20 airway. J20 is going to take us to the DNJ VOR. After DNJ, we're going direct to DERSO, D-E-R-S-O. D-E-R-S-O. And that's our flight plan. Execute. Cool. Let's do a clearance. Polyot Low Care Carrier, LCC London Care Center. Okay. That's good for now. Let's make sure we're doing the right thing. YVR ATIS. Information Juliet. Windsor 280 at 12, 20 miles visibility. Let's see. Departure runway is 26 left. That's what we're planning. PDC is available on request. Information Juliet Tower is 118.7. 118.7. Let's listen in. The Line Children's Cure. There's a good one, Manaphy.
Push and start to your discretion, advisory taxi.
Foxtrot, I have 3. I have 2 of them in landscape mode, side by side, and I have another one in portrait mode over there, which is for the live stream. I think a button is going out on my mouse. Maybe I can clean it. Vancouver, hello there from Jazz 441, a CRJ with you at stand 16 Alpha. Information Juliet is aboard, requested clearance to Sun Valley.
Jazz 441, you're clear to Sun Valley via the Georgia 6 departure, flight planned route. Depart runway 26 left and squawk is 5735.
Jazz 441, we are cleared to Sun Valley via the Georgia 6 departure flight plan route. Our squawk today is 5735 for Jazz 441.
441, read back case correct. Push and start to your discretion, advisory taxi.
We'll give a call for taxi for Jazz 441. Thanks. Okay, cool. Now we got the Georgia departure. Arms on the head, you should have screenshotted. Oh yeah, they're all over the place. Okay, YVR, let's see. So airport, parking positions, nighttime because they're cooler. No, we don't want the south. Apron. There we go. And there is our gate, runway 16, right? Gate 16. Yep, there we go. So let's pin that one. We're going to do an airport page, pin that one, and our departure runway today is going to be runway 26 left. 26 left, so it's going to be a nice, easy taxi out. Now, we got to get the right SID. It's the Georgia departure. And the Georgia departure says transition is at 18,000 feet. So after takeoff, we're going to go to 1,000 feet and then turn to a heading of 247 degrees. And then after that, Maintain 7,000 feet. So 7,000 feet. Let's pop that in right now. Let's also put that heading in so we don't forget it. 247. That way we know about our turn. 247. Cool. Okay, all that looks good. And we got a nice departure.
New recruit detected.
Let's do
Welcome
Sun
aboard,
Valley.
Agent. Stay sharp.
Tommy Mahoney just did a follow on the channel. Hello, Tommy. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Okay, arrivals. We've got the Beauty, Court, Cayenne, Sadie, and
Welcome
Spud.
aboard, Agent.
But
Stay
we're
sharp.
doing direct from Durso. We're doing direct from Durso. W3S3D is back in chat, and Harold's just followed the channel too. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. Okay, so we're expecting runway 31. Oh, that's not the right one. We want sun. There we go. So there's the Yanni Arnav arrival. Got the wrong one there. Is there a Durso here? There's Yanni, Menin, Cashew, and Valley. I don't think this is going to work, so we don't care about that. We have an Arnav X-ray. There's Persian, Junal, Gux, and Ori. What do we have for the Arnav Yankee? Soldi, Persian. Well, this one probably gives us more options. So let's go ahead and click that one in. And then we need the airport. And here's the airport. Nope, we don't want that one. We want this one. There we go. 5,320 feet. Ugh. Gotta crank that one in. Okay, so we're going to be landing on runway 31, exiting at Bravo 4. There's the terminal, so we're good to go there. Let's hit the pin button. And there's all of our arrivals. Let's go ahead and do departure and arrival. Departure today, 26 left. 26 left. Yeah, 26 left did not get... the Georgia departure. There it is. And execute that. Arrivals. We're going to expect an Arnav. Which one did we decide we were going to grab? The Yankee. Arnav Yankee for runway 31. There's the Yankee. I don't think we care about the Yanni arrival. But how about if we pick it up at Soldi? And see. Don't know that'll work. Foxtrot wants to know about 757 Spy. Pretty simple. 757, favorite airplane for years and years and years. Just have always liked that airplane. It's a good one. And then Spy, because inadvertently, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I found myself writing spy stories, spy novels. And so that's kind of become my little world. Not really a spy. If anything, I learned that I am not a spy in any sense of the imagination. So let's do performance. And we can load the plane. I think we've had enough of GSX for loading, so... How many passengers do we have today? 75. 75 crazy people flying with us today. Okay, we don't need baggage there. And it should be 1700 of cargo. Enter. Our zero fuel weight should be, according to the flight plan, 30.1, and we're at 30.1. This is spot on. Trip fuel, block fuel is going to be 5122. 5122. Enter. I'm going to set the data so the airplane's loaded. W3S3D started playing this. You love it. But just the carrier mode is crazy. How do you handle all the stuff on VATSIM? I think it takes time. It just takes a little bit more time. This is not one of those games that you pick up and you get immediately. It takes time to learn all of the things that we do with flight simming. You know, Assassin's Creed, I love to say, you buy the game, you spend 10 minutes learning how to make Eva and Cassandra move forward, backward, right, and left, and how to hack and slash like a pro. After that, you just play for about 90 days until the game's over. Flight sim, it's different. We learn for not just weeks in some cases, but months and years. Consequently, we get to play the game for months and years. It just keeps going and going and going, and it's a good time. Now, some people say, don't you ever do anything different? Well, sure. I just don't live stream it because when it comes to Assassin's Creed, I'm terrible at it. I'm too nice. I feel guilty about killing stuff. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, and there's our cruise altitude. Now then, we're loaded. Let's copy performance data into the flight management system. We're going to do flaps 8. It's dry. Bugs are set for takeoff. And passengers, 75. Cargo. Fuel looks good. Execute that page. Next page. You know, decades and such centuries, we can be optimistic, and we should be. We need all the optimism we can get these days. So yeah, but yeah, we can fly this. And the thing is it's a continuous learning experience. The things that we were learning in Flight Sim when it was Microsoft Flight Simulator 1995 are completely different than the things we're learning today. Nyla Harper is in the chat. You can't buy the game? You've never played it before. Your sim is too weak. There's some older sims that you could look at maybe. Not necessarily the latest one. That might be something to start off with. But eventually, yes, these sims do take a lot of computer horsepower. They're keeping track of a lot of stuff. 237 at 30. 237 at 30. You know, there's even a couple of sims. Nyla, there's even some sims that are... you could play online in a web browser. Now, they're much older, but still, you could at least jump in and start playing with them. JSG Droid started the flying in 1986. I think mine was, I was about the mid-80s. The first one that I had, it was probably 84, and it was the original one for Commodore 64. It was the same one for an Apple computer. Temperature deviation is 007. And next page, estimated time of departure. It's 21:54. Let's call it 22:10 is our estimated departure time. Harold's listen and learn semi-master plane like the 320. They're a lot easier. You know, that's another thing. I often, you know, people get a little tired of me flying some of the same planes. But that's also how you get good at this too. Not everybody can fly every plane and be Top Gun. Welcome back, Twin Smile Aviation. Not everybody can, you know, can fly every plane, every helicopter, and, you know, land and look like Tom Cruise. Just can't. But you really can do some other cool stuff. We don't need to do VNAV setup. It's all preset on this one. So performance, we are going to do a flex takeoff. 48 degrees is our flex. So we'll save a little fuel. MFD menu, advisory VNAV, and all that looks good. Progress. We did have a squawk code. 5735. 5735 is our squawk. And let's go back to the main page. Charts. Arrivals. Qantas 5. It started with Flight Sim 5.1. Okay, we just got to bite the bullet. 5,320 feet. Just got to set our arrival altitude, and you have to dial a dial up here at the top. Just hold it down for a while. And then you have to look down at the bottom of another screen to see where you are. Okay, so we're at 2,760 feet for our landing elevation. Let's keep holding it down. W3S3D. That's almost born 85. Hey, I hate to tell you this, W3, it gets worse as you get older, so. Okay, there's 4820. We have to go to 5320. Let's hold it down a little more. Okay, check it. 5620. We need 53, so we need to go down a little bit. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, that's 7. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 5. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 4. 2, 4, 6. That's got to be close to 5320. How are we doing? We're at 5140. Okay, I went a little bit too much. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 should be 2. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 should be... We're at 5340. We need 5320. Landing elevation is set. That one's a pain in the butt. Twin Smile Aviation, your first license was X-Plane 10 on your phone. You played the phone version. Really? That's pretty impressive that you did the phone version. I don't know how you do that. Aircraft. Okay, let's retract the jetway. Passengers are aboard. There goes our jetway. Let's go ahead and close the cargo doors. 1, 2, 3. Cargo doors are closing. Ground power, the APU is on. We're going to disconnect ground power and disconnect the power cart. We'll put those handrails up now because there's going to be somebody that pops up here and gives us our final load sheet and stuff like that. Okay, landing elevation is set. Radio tuning, progress is set there. Altimeters. It is 2993 is the altimeter here in beautiful downtown Burbank. So 2993. There we go, that looks good. Our runway heading is set. Let's bring the map in a little click here. You could, JSG Droid says you could spend years learning to fly GA, IFR, VOR to VOR without GPS. You could. Hey, and that's how we started with the flight sim all those years ago. We didn't have any GPS. Waypoints were just some funny thing we didn't know about. Okay, all that looks good. Let's close the doors. Door closing. Doors are closed. Parking brakes are on. So make sure your ground power cart is closed, all of your doors are closed, and then remove your chocks. Push and starts on us. We'll call for taxi. Manifee would rather bounce around the Victor Airways with VORs. That is a fun way to fly for sure. Let's start squawking. Get on their radar scope. Come on over here. Let's have GSX do our pushback and start.
Air Canada 1058 ready for departure.
Canada 1058, contact departure 128.6 airborne. The wind 280 at 12 knots.
128.6 is departure.
Once airborne 128.6, just left clear for takeoff, Canada 102858.
Good. Got that preset. That's always good to do.
Bravo, welcome to Vancouver, safe park.
Parking.
70.
United 24 Bravo, roger, left turn, Mike, then pop 8 for new discretion.
Mike, and then choose all discretion, this is parking, and then send up.
Seatbelts going on. Doors closed.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Hi Skystream Aviation, welcome aboard. You know how the Phoenix you can choose from in 2020? I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't read that. Yo, how the Phoenix work? Does your sim just show you the engines you can choose? I think in the 2020 you're going to have a choice of 2 engines,
We're ready for
IAE and CFMs.
23070, roger, taxi Delta Yankee, hold short 26 left.
Delta Yankee, hold short 26 left. I'm on sorry, 270.
Beacon. Cabin call. Seats.
Vancouver Tower, good day, 268.
We're good. We're going to do nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Are we ready to go?
And,
I think it's time. Parking brakes off.
Tower low, just cleared
I
to
think
Kelowna.
if I understand you correctly, Skystream, it's just click it to choose. You have a choice of either one in that. Fuel pumps. Starting engine number 1.
Says 268, Rebecca is correct. Push and start to your discretion, advisory taxi.
Engine number 1 starts. Have we had a crash every time you load up the FS Labs? I was able to fly it yesterday. It was still pretty heavy on frame rates. It was still heavy on my frame rates. And there's our pushback. But yeah, it was very heavy. Like, I could have flown it in an event like this one. It wasn't too heavy for me flying yesterday. But flying it in something like a Friday night ops, a Saturday night ops, I wouldn't do that. Is the A320 Skystream Aviation, if you're talking about the Phoenix, no, it's pretty well optimized. It's pretty well optimized. I would start with the Phoenix A320, and then if you really like it, then maybe pick up the 19 and 20. Good start on engine number 1, starting 2. Engine 2 starts, forgot my hydraulic pumps. Hydraulics are good. 20%. Throttles.
23070, stay with me for departure. Caution the wake turbulence, 320 departed about 2 minutes ago. The Vancouver winds 280 at 12 knots, you're clear takeoff 26 left.
Okay, looking good there.
Takeoff 26 left, and we'll stay with you.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Good starts on both of our engines. Carefully.
Turkish 75 Delta.
Do yaw dampers.
Low. You're number 2, about 6 in trail of a 320 on a
stabilizer trim.
The Vancouver winds 280
Mach
12
trim.
knots. You're clear to land 26 right, number 2.
Performance page. Trim for takeoff is going to be 6.5. 6.5. Flaps are going to be 8. Flaps are 8. Melvin, I'm still trying to think about your problem with reversers on this airplane. I'm almost, if you've done all the things we were talking about, I'm wondering if there isn't some sort of a control binding conflict or something about like that. Like not in the settings for the airplane, but the sim settings. How it, maybe one got set up just, if you're in 2024, maybe there's a binding that got set up and it's not doing it right. I'm guessing that must be it. Okay, looking pretty good. Packs on. Air conditioning. Probe heaters. APU off. Looking pretty good there. Okay, come on over here. Charts. So we're over here. We're going to go and report ready. We're going to be holding short of, at Echo, holding short of Delta. Shall we go? Nose light. Parking brakes. Toe brakes on. Nobody over there, nobody over there. Off. And away we go.
You're Canada 201 west of Vancouver, left 1 able, take park.
We would like to fire south of 5.6.
Fighty is here.
incoming.
Hi, Fighty.
More agents joining the
Fighty's
spy
been
flight.
doing some really cool ATC in, I believe it's Doha now. Hi, Fighty. Welcome aboard. We are CRJing. We're going to be CRJing down to Sun Valley, Idaho. Get ready with all of your potato jokes.
And keep it rolling, please. I need you off the runway. There's traffic on a 2-mile final.
Thank you for the raid, Fighty. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in. I hope the ATC adventure is still a good time for you.
Canada 201, I need you rolling. And
Doha ATC is grizzly. Thanks, Fighty. We just landed in Vancouver. Okay, thank you, Fighty. Man, I messed that up bad, didn't I? Clearly, I need more coffee today.
Turkish 75 Delta.
JSG Droid says
Welcome
that
aboard.
Lopez deciding to take out of Victoria Airport was good. That's right, you're in Germany. I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me. I hope ATC there. We've been doing some great flights in Germany. Chief Engineer is just follow the channel. Hi, Chief Engineer. I promise not to damage the warp core on this, okay, Chief Engineer?
75 Delta, follow your fast, fly runway heading, climb 3000.
And here is the edge of the ramp, so we need to call for taxi here.
Turkish 75 Delta, contact terminal 128.6. We'll bring you back now.
Second, first and third Delta.
We're at Echo holding short of Delta.
Top clearance granted. Agent.
Echo holding short of
Rotating
Delta. Rockin' Rimmer is back with the resub. Hi, Rockin' Rimmer. Vancouver Tower, hello again. Jazz 441 is holding
confirmed.
short of Delta at
Top
Echo
clearance
with
granted,
information
agent.
Juliet, fully ready.
Loyalty noted.
Jet 441, Roger, standby. Canada 222.
Rockin' Rimmer did a resub. Thanks for the resub, Rockin' Rimmer. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today. And Fighty just did one too. Fighty, thank you so much for the nice resub. Fighty has been here for 43 months. And thank you for helping me to keep all the lights on here at Spy HQ. Really appreciate the awesome support. This is how I keep it going, and I couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
Jet 441, information Juliet is pressed altimeter 2993. Taxi Echo Delta 7, hold short 26 left.
Echo Delta 7 will hold short of 26 left with 2993 in the altimeter. Jazz 441. Shall we go? Out we go. Anybody over there? Just a couple airplanes parked. Anybody over there? Nope. An ATR parked. And there is our very, very long CRJ.
Reinforcements incoming. More
Holy
agents
moly,
joining the spy
another
flight.
raid. It's Long Haul Pilot. Hi, Long Haul Pilot. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Wow. Thanks for coming in and playing today. I hope your days are going well. We have beautiful flying weather. need to add just a little bit of thrust here. Mostly it's thrust idle taxi, but not all the time. Okay. Okay, another thing we need to check is minimum takeoff fuel. Our minimum takeoff fuel is 4,481. I am at 5,030. I think we have enough fuel. Hey, long haul pilot. Long haul pilot did a long haul. Landed in Vancouver from Frankfurt, and you're at gate 69. How was the long haul today? Fighty came in. Fighty was trailing long haul pilot.
Canada 573, caution possible turbulence. Previous aircraft had to go around at around 500 feet. Give that a minor, Canada 573, thank you.
I know, Will from online. Can you imagine the audacity of long haul pilot actually doing a long haul?
155, clearance to Victoria with Chania.
Oh my gosh, somebody's going to Victoria from here.
Jazz 155, Vancouver Tower, hello. You are cleared to Victoria via the Richmond 7 departure, flight plan route. Depart runway 26 left, squawk 6714.
Airplane to Victoria via the Richmond 7 departure, flight plan route, runway 26 left, squawk 6714, Jazz 155.
Jazz 155, read back is correct. Push and start to your discretion. Actually, call me ready for push and start.
Oh, wait for push and start, Jazz 155. Call 37 Yankee, request taxi.
37-6 Yankee, Vancouver Tower, hello. Runway 26 left. The information, Juliet, current altimeter 29093. Taxi Juliet Alpha, and then Juliet, Hotel Delta, Delta 7, hold short 26 left.
You have information, Juliet on board, current altimeter 29093. Taxi Juliet Alpha, Juliet, Hotel Delta, Delta 7, hold short 26.
Okay, fully ready, except we forgot one thing. We need to hit the magic takeoff buttons. There's the magic takeoff button.
Vancouver Tower, Condor
and we are now in takeoff mode.
Right.
We're going to go heading hold. And on the departure, we wait until we are
Heavy Vancouver Tower, hello. You're number 2.
1,000 feet before we make our turn. So runway heading,
Wind 280 at 12 knots, you're clear to land 26 right now.
and then we can make our turn.
Land 26, Condor 2454.
Jazz 441, are you ready?
Jets 441, fully ready.
Jazz 441, via Delta 5, line up and wait 26 left.
Via Delta 5, line up and wait. 26 left, Jazz 441. Strobes. Got those. Let's just look, make sure there's no light shining at us. Nobody's coming in. It's like crossing a street. Look both ways. Long haul pilot says it was a smooth but smooth flight. Unspectacular. With spectacular views. Well, coming in over Greenland and is always nice.
Jazz 441, contact terminal 128.6 airborne, Vancouver wind 280 at 12 knots, from Delta 5 to takeoff 26 left.
From Delta 5, clear for takeoff, runway 26 left. After takeoff, we're going to talk to terminal, that's 128.6 for Jazz 441. Shall we? Ready to go? And throttles up. Clock is running. And we are set to flex. Thrust is set. A little breeze from the right.
Mike Julia 44.
100 knots. A little bit of left rudder pedal here.
To from Delta 7 line 26 left to departing RJ in sight for visual departure.
V1 and rotate. Positive climb gear. Gear's going up.
222 to keep the RJ in sight for visual departure. 316 for the visual approach to runway 26 left.
Roger United, Yankee United, Turkish 75 Delta, confirm you
1,000 feet. Turn.
Turkish 75 Delta, Roger, clear direct status, and I'll have your approach clearance for you shortly.
Roger, clear status, Sunset Delta.
Number 647, depart temp to heading 35.
And that's good. Roll it out. Let's get a little help now. Speed AP.
Number 647, it's 350 for the heading.
There we go. Got that set.
4 Alpha Kilo, descend 3000.
And speed up to 210. Terminal, good evening. Jazz 441 is passing 2,800 for 7.
Jazz 441, Vancouver departures, you're identified. Climb 16,000.
16,000 for Jazz 441.
Jazz 441, you are cleared direct Papa Delta Tango on course.
Clear direct to Papa Delta Tango and on course for Jazz 441. Thanks. PDT. Wow. Okay. That was a big. Let's start our turn. And we're going to have to make the map a little bit bigger so we can see Papa Delta Tango.
647, turn left heading 290.
There's Papa Delta Tango over there.
6 left approach.
And we could do flaps now. Flaps 1. A lot to do in this airplane. Let's continue around.
Delta Delta, confirm please we continue 5,000.
There's Papa Delta Tango. Looking good.
You have visual with the terrain.
And flaps up.
Okay, Turkish 75 Delta with your own terrain separation, then descend 4,000.
And let's do speed to 250. And it's not an auto throttle, it's just controlling pitch with thrust. There's PDT, direct intersection, PDT, engage.
All right, United,
Nav.
Yankee Niner uniform.
Now let's just bring this in because there's a lot of stuff to see there.
Heading is 320, United.
And we're good. Okay.
United, Yankee Niner uniform.
Flaps are up. Landing gear is up. We are in climb mode.
2993, descend 8,000.
Captain, we're out of Colombian coffee.
Descend 8,000, right heading 360, United.
Okay, looking good.
Turkish 75 Delta, you're cleared the RNAV 26 right approach.
And we're going up to 16,000 feet. Transition in Canada is 18,000 feet, so no buttons to push. We could look outside and enjoy the view. Hello.
Right via
There's the airport. A nice departure. Just a couple of cute little puffy clouds here in Vancouver.
Vancouver Tower 118.70.
Amargosa, we're not even close to being there yet. I missed some chat on this one. This airplane requires a little bit of concentration before you go out. Danny VDW is going to call it a night. Good night, Danny. As always, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in today. 270 now in the climb. Landing lights. 10,000 foot cabin call. Check pressurization. Are we killing our passengers? Nope, not killing the passengers today. No need for legal action against the airline.
Canada 222, turn left heading 0.
546 miles away from Quezon. 133.70 now for Air Canada 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too. 4 off kilo, turn left, heading 3 stop.
.7. That is correct. Back to progress. Vancouver Center. Hi there from Jazz 441, passing 13,700 for 16. We are direct to PDT.
441 Vancouver Center, hello, climb flight level 350.
All the way up to flight level 350 now for Jazz 441. Always nice to get a climb like that in this airplane, because there's so much to do, and when you have to step up and stuff like that, it really can overwork you. 31, 32, 33, 34, and 350. Just check it. It's a really small number. Make sure you have it right. Climb into flight level 350. We'll do about 270 until 20,000 feet, and then pop that up a little bit more. Let's see if there are any surprises from our friends at VATSIM. So a nice departure out of Vancouver. It's a quiet night in Vancouver. Okay, nothing in Seattle. There is November 1959. There's droids in that plane. Here is Sun City, K-Sun. So Sun Valley is down there in Idaho.
1922 Vancouver Center, hello, climb flight level 390.
Good night, Danny. Thank you for being here. T-Bird's still here, always putting in a happy smile. Thank you for doing that. Manaphy is cruising at 16,000 feet. Manaphy is November 112 Papa Juliet. Oh, there you are. I see you. You're going to Sun Valley too. Hey, Rum, welcome aboard. Probably going to start thinking about wrapping it up today. We've got vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow. Our first flight into Copenhagen tomorrow is going to be...
Yeah, 441, nothing further. Surveillance service 70 cleared en route. Bye-bye.
Cleared en route over to advisory. Thank you. Have a great West Coast weekend from Jazz 441.
You too.
Now we got kind of a little chill out flight. I think it's going to be very nice. Yep, forgot it's standard pressure time. And there we go, standard pressure. And be sure and catch the backup altimeter too. Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming in. Have a nice Coventry evening. Covington? No. Thank you for coming in, Sunjammer. Have a wonderful evening. Dusseldorf to Copenhagen is our first flight. Vectors to holding, vectors to diverting, and maybe if we're lucky, vectors to Copenhagen. And that looks really good. Climbing at about 2,000 feet per minute, that's not bad. Is there a sim brief import? Yeah, there is. You'll find it on the flight plan page. And so you do have to put your sim brief in under options. And I think you put your number in under options. This is what will import it into the electronic flight bag. And then if you want, after you've imported it, you can hit send to the FMS and it puts it in your flight management computer. And then you could also click payload and fuel and it will automatically load your airplane for you. So yep, you can do all that. Odell, welcome aboard. How was dinner? Where did you go? What was for dinner tonight, Odell? Back to charts. Dustin, welcome to you and thank you for coming by. I'm just kind of fine-tuning my camera view here. Passing 24,000 feet. It's a nice, smooth ride. Let's go seatbelts to auto. Passengers can get up and start going crazy. So seatbelts are off and we're on auto. And everybody's happy. Odell went Italian tonight. You got pizza. And it was a nice pizza and a Sunday evening. What a good time. What kind of pizza? It's time for us to start thinking about dinner. Everybody's thinking, okay, do we want mac and cheese, pizza, you know, cold cereal? Start getting hungry. Harold's, my charts, these are Navigraph charts. I don't think that you can get the other charts, the Lido from Flight Sim 2024, in the EFB yet. This one, the one that's in the little airplane. But you can still probably get it through the Flight Sim EFB. So you hit tab, and then you can probably get those charts through this. I've actually never really used that one. I do use the Lido charts in the Phoenix because they're in the Phoenix EFB. So that's how I get the charts. Cheese and pepperoni pizza like normal. You know what? Those are the best pizzas. I like the Lido charts. I would use them a lot more.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Holy moly, we got a raid from Sim Caesar. Speaking of pizza, Sim Caesar's here, live and direct from the big room at Caesar's Palace. Hey, Maker's Dave came in with Sim Caesar, and so did Peter Mooney. Hi, Sim Caesar, thank you. And credit where credit's due. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Sim Caesar made that heart pizza just for the spy flight. Thanks, Sim Caesar. Welcome aboard. We are CRJing right now. We took off from Vancouver and we are going to Sun Valley, Idaho, because, you know, haven't told enough potato jokes today. And Peter Mooney now wants pepperoni pizza. Welcome to the spy flight, Peter. Whenever you come in here, we're always talking about food. Fact is, we heard about Sim Caesar's donuts earlier today in the spy flight. Passing 27,000 feet. We're at Mach 0.6. Tyragoth is here. Hi, Tyragoth. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. And happy weekend if you came in with all the cool kids from Caesar's Palace today. Odell, your mind is always scared how time flies in this vacation. In 6 days, my wife and I celebrate a 20th wedding anniversary. Yeah, I'm not married, single, but, you know, the years are starting to add up too, and it's getting a little scary for sure. On the other hand, that's 20 wonderful years. You know, 20 special years with a special somebody. So that's pretty cool too. And a great companion on life's journey. Progress. 487 miles to Sun Valley, Idaho. We could start doing a little preparation here by going .CTAF KSUN. And this is going to give us the CTAF frequency for Sun Valley, Idaho. If you're flying with me, you might want to jot that number down, 125.6. We'll go to radio, 125600, and put that in our standby. Okay, this looks good. Mach 0.71. We're going to switch over to Mach when it gets to Mach 0.72. And then continue the climb at Mach 0.72. So I'm seeing that Mach number right there. 7.19, 7.2. Let's hit the speed button. And that changes our Mach to our climbs. So now we'll continue our good climb rate as the airspeed kind of goes down with the Mach there. Well, afraid I can't help you out with the grandpa part because no grandkids or kids here. So you'll have to go elsewhere for grandpa stuff. I think that's Rainier maybe over there. Did we just pass SeaTac? I think the map is going to be a little constricted there. Nope, SeaTac's down there. That's another mountain that looks like one of the volcanoes. That was another volcano-like mountain over there. Not as big, I think. Rum says no, that's probably Mount Baker. So we'll probably, there's Rainier. There's Rainier down by Seattle. Scotty Bob, welcome aboard. Scotty Bob, welcome aboard. Virtual hugs to anyone in chat who is sick, feeling sad, or just in need of a hug. Scotty Bob, that is really nice. I think there's a lot of people like that, and that was really nice of you to put that in chat. Larson is back. Larson just did a resub. Larson's been here for 20 months. Larson, thank you for the resub. Awful nice of you. Thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan, and thank you for being here. Rum sees Mount Baker every day. Odell and the wife. You spotted me. Oh gosh, doing TV. Man, that's starting to get to be a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away too. But thank you for being here. Larson is doing EHAM to ESSA. Larson, did you get EHAM sandwiches before you left EHAM? And are you feeling like any hammy jokes today? Okay, Mach 0.7, we're good there. We're still climbing at 1,000 feet per minute. Almost done with our climb. Okay, this looks good. Everybody's happy up here. Lights are off. Good there. And you did have an EHAM sandwich. We've got windshield heat and probe heat. Everything else is on. Seatbelts are auto. Cabin pressurization. Cabin is at 5,800 feet, and it's good shape there. At about 1,000 feet to go, it's going to start beeping at us in a second, and this is where we have to go. And as soon as it starts flashing, okay, so there's our 1,000-foot, wake up, Captain. I know, isn't that great? Scotty Bob, happy anniversary. So what we're going to look at here as we're coming in, here's 35,000 feet there. And then once this starts flashing, we can go and change this Mach, and it'll become a bug at that point. And we're going to change that to, because we filed for Mach 0.80. We'll kick that up and then watch the speed slowly go up, and then we'll have to manage the speed with the throttles for the rest of the flight. Larson got the new TCA joystick today. It's a whole new world, and it's a fun world, isn't it? And you're using the Xbox controller? Oh, you were. It is a much better world. I know. Congratulations on that. Okay, so now it's flashing altitude cap. So now I'm going to kick this up to Mach 0.8. There we go. And now as we settle into our altitude, you'll see our speed is starting to kick up there a bit. It was. I think it's a whole new world, wasn't that? Oh, I forget whole new world. I was about ready to say... My Disney is getting pretty rusty, Will. It was Tim Dog. Thank you. Tim Dog says it was from Aladdin. Larson says it's from Aladdin. Yeah, I forgot. Man, I was about to say it was that. Not Journey Through the Imagination, one of the other ones. Okay, so you can see we're in climb speed. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pull it out of climb speed. Throttle's back just a touch. There we go. Now we're in cruise. And we're at about 93%. And now what we do is we watch. It'll settle into our altitude. But we have to watch here. Now there's a pink line on top of the white triangle and line. That means we're accelerating. So we're slowly accelerating to Mach 8.8. I don't think that we can do warp factor 8 in this airplane. Wings would probably snap off. ETA is, we are 59 minutes from Sun Valley, Idaho. And this is kind of hard to see. So I zoom in usually on this one and kind of focus until we get to our speed, because it's hard to see that pink line from, you know, the normal pilot view. Now we're at Mach 0.77. So we are slowly speeding up. So 0.78. 0.785. .79. And then we slowly roll the throttle back just a bit. Okay, the pink line just got a little bit smaller, but it's still there. So we're accelerating not as fast. 9.6. 9.7. 9.8. Hands back on the throttle. 9.9. And Mach 0.8. 8. 8. Now, pull the throttle back just another touch, and the little pink thing should disappear. Now, we're not done yet. Now the next thing to do is see if the pink line appears under the white arrow. If it under that, that means we're slowing down, and that's not good. But right now, we're spot on where we need to be. Engine 2 fail. Our landing runway today is runway 31. So we're all set on the RNAV for runway 31. We're going to pick it up at Soldi. And then Juneau. At Juneau, we want to be at 8,600 feet. Well, this is one of those airports where I think you're only supposed to land one way because it's in like this box canyon. So unless the winds just have shut it down, so you take off on runway 13 and you can land on 31. And that's just the way it works because it's in a canyon. Check our speed. We're at Mach 0.803 and at Mach 0.802. So if we bounce around between 802 and 803, that's probably just fine. And we're at 35,000 feet. Now, advisory VNAV says we're going to start our descent at 318 miles. It says 40 minutes. I've usually found that this number is always really big. But let's see, the current time, it's 22:40 Zulu. We've got 54 minutes of flying time. Probably closer to about 30, 35 minutes for top of descent. So over central Washington, not a lot. Looks like JSG Droid went way over towards, almost over towards Spokane to come in, unless we're going to be making a big old turn here. Our flight path was, yeah, straight down here. So there's Richland, Kennewick, and Pasco. There's Walla Walla, Wenatchee, and Yakka Vegas. So I'm guessing you went over here by Lewiston. Loviz says the last time we came to K-Sun, we departed from KJAC, from Jackson Hole. I just hope we didn't jack it up. And that we had moose bread. If we're going to Jackson Hole, we hope we have moose bread. First flight tomorrow. SkyVector is a great way to take your first preliminary look at the flight. And it's going to be EDDL Dusseldorf to EKCH. So this gives you a good idea of what our first flight's going to be. So it's about a 335-mile flight up from Dusseldorf into EKCH. So that should be a fairly nice trip. We will expect holds, and we'll expect vectors, and maybe even a diversion. So when I go to load in airports and stuff like that, I'm also going to make sure that I have Malmo Airport, because that's one of their diversion airports that we could go to. JSG Droid had a weird route. Was supposed to go further east, then you did a direct to your southern waypoint. Hi, Airbus and Food. Welcome aboard. And Luca's back in chat. Did your first VATSIM flight today. Where did you go on your first VATSIM flight today, Luca? And how was the ATC for you? And are you coming back for more? So there's our first route tomorrow. We've got a nice Dusseldorf airport, and there will be VATSIM ATC. Probably pretty much all the way, because there's really good ATC there. FLIGHTDECK does the ATC in Germany, along with Elmo Radar. Heading hold button always up. Let's see. Rum did a first flight today. Rum did KFAT to KLAS. That's Fresno. That is Mustafa. Moose Country is Fresno. First on VATSIM, really. Congratulations. The Greek flights went very, very nicely. Left all sorts of Greek butter all over the runway. I think. It's a long time ago. Very nice. Always flying over the islands is relaxing and fun. Great way to learn. Just spend a little time with the airplane, learning some things you got to learn. No thunderstorms today. Still smoky. 83 degrees, 28 degrees Celsius. Nice night for flying. Airbus and Food. Greece, flying around the Greek islands. Yeah, I don't know what it's like to really be there, but I do really like flying around the Greek islands. They're very nice. All right, anything else? Nothing else that we could really prepare here. We could start to worry about our minimums, because that sometimes takes a little bit of time to crank into. It's an RNAV approach. So minimums are going to be 6,900 feet. And then we'll just hold it down. Luca's first flight was Dortmund to Stansted. Two others with you, ATC on departure. You had Luton to Cork with full ATC. Those, I think those are great airports. If those were your first, Luca, those are really, really good. 3 cheers. You were using Beyond ATC, and it was very good practice. But talking to humans, so yeah, talking to humans, that's going to give you a whole new, different level here. Drumma's here. Welcome aboard. Well, every day should be a day at the beach. So you got to have beach shirts. Sadly, my beach shirts are starting to rip up and get old. Airbus and drove to Cork IRL today. Really? Was that when I was doing those put a cork in it jokes? 6,900 feet. Or did you go there to get corks for wine bottles? 6,900. Okay, so we did set the MDA, so that's minimums on this airplane, so we're good to go there. We don't have an ILS to check or anything like that, but it's going to be 8,600 feet at Juneau. It was weird. Lucas says I wasn't really... That's right. No, you probably weren't saying anything different at all. That's the cool part about say intentions, especially if you're looking for a way to learn how to do ATC. That's a great way to learn how to do that. I think, though, the thing that's missing is it's an AI. It's going to end up being predictable when it comes to ATC and what you're doing. In terms of VATSIM, you're going to have people turning in front of you and ATC saying, stop, you have to do this, and go do a hold over there, and stuff. And you're talking to real people. So I think that that's a great, say intentions is a good training ground, but it's not like VATSIM. Real people. Thalo is here. Hello, Thalo. Welcome, welcome. Intentions, say intentions. See? I think it's a silly joke, but it's the silly jokes that are the fun jokes. The controllers were very nice. You had a couple of questions. Yeah, see, if you're flying a route where there's not a lot of ATC, if you're flying a route where the controllers got time to help, that's something that they love to do. That's a big part of what VATSIM's all about. So that sounds like a really good day for you today, Luca. Really good day. We are a little slow. We should probably adjust the throttles a bit. We're at 86.6. I'm going to just touch these up a little bit. How about 87.3? And then we have to watch to make sure that we don't go too fast. Manaphy is ready for top of descent in 15 nautical miles. Got a wind cutting across the bow at about 39 knots. Our ground speed, 461. That's pretty respectable. I think we're all set for the arrival. Just checking here. Let's see. JSG Droid is doing pretty good. Looks like we're going to kind of converge a little bit here. If you're looking for ATC, Canada, Western Canada's up. Looks like we've got ATC from Dallas to Memphis to Hotlanta to Washington. I guess what? Cincinnati's up? That's Pittsburgh. Cleveland Center, not Cincinnati, Cleveland and Boston. So you got a little area there if you're looking for some ATC a little bit later on. JSG Droid's top of descent is in 90 miles, but JSG Droid's a little bit higher than the rest of us. Flight level 450, probably at Mach point 9999. See, we could be coming down by, that could be the Columbia. No, the Columbia I thought was more, no, maybe that is. Yeah, that could be the Columbia River. Oh, poor JSG Droid only gets to go Mach 0.88 today. So we've just passed Richland, Kennewick, and Pasco, the Tri-Cities in Washington, and we're about ready to cross the river over into, I guess, a little bit of Oregon before we go over to Idaho. We could check and see. Flight sim. Yeah, there's Richland, Kennewick, and Pasco. We got direct to Pendleton. Oh, there's a little interstate change there at a little town called Hermiston. I drove through there when I moved to Yakima, and I drove through there when I moved out of Yakima, Vegas. So yeah, we'll do Pendleton over here. Or so. Street OG. This is actually this part of Washington. It's a little flat in some areas. But yeah. So that's got to be, yeah, there's the highway bridge over the river in, I think that, yeah, Hermiston. Looks like it's bigger than I remember it when I drove through there. And if we look up front, we'll go, or I can't really see it. So we're actually going to cross over the river there. No, that's got to be Hermiston over there. That's probably Richland, Kennewick, and Pasco there. That's Tri-Cities. There's Hermiston, and there's that bridge. Yeah, I remember there was a little dam there. Nope, you don't need mountains. Mike H., is that the Dales? I don't remember ever hearing it called that before, Mike. And we're almost to Pendleton. That doesn't mean that you're not completely right about that, Mike. I imagine that's exactly what it's called. So just over the river. All of the circles are places where flying saucers landed back in the 50s. Kidding. The Dales is in Oregon, but the Dales Airport is in Washington. That would make sense to me. I mean, that, you know, things are like that. Airbusin, do you sometimes miss Twitch comments or do you just ignore them? No, I try not to ignore. I mean, that's 90% of the reason. If you're going to go through what it takes to put something up on Twitch or YouTube, you know, it's what's in chat. There are some comments that I do try to ignore. There's some things that are rude that happen out there, and I'm trying, you know, to ignore that and not spend time doing that, because it is getting a little bit weird in some areas. But I do try to keep a close eye on that. Now, there's times when we're busy doing a lot of ATC. You know, I've got to set up the airplane or something, and I feel like, you know, I need to concentrate on the airplane, and I don't. That's why my landing sucks or something else, but Mike is having a hard time coming to grips with the plane. I need to spend more time with it. This is not an easy airplane, okay? First of all, the fact that there's no auto throttle. That's one thing about this plane. The complete lack of an auto throttle is one thing. It's also not the kind of autopilot that you might be used to if you're in a Boeing or an Airbus. That's a little bit different too. But once you start to pick up on it, it's a good time. Now you work harder in it, especially managing your speed. So right now, you can see I'm at Mach 0.804. We just made a turn, so you got to watch your speed there because the wind changes, and that's going to speed you up and slow you down. Also, I'm at 87.3 on both the throttles, so that's good. Total fuel, we're at 3405. We should have 31, so plenty of fuel to land. Diversion fuel is 1,464. We got tons of fuel, so no reason to worry about that. JSG Droid says, start flying the traffic pattern. You'll pretty much go through all the phases of flight, and you get better, without an auto throttle at that point. That's a good way to do that too. If you're in Canada, the word it's not pattern, it's circuits. Learning how to do approaches and landings is the hardest for new simmers. Taking off is a lot easier. It is. That's why, no shame in always setting up the ILS. Even if you're going to do a visual, no shame in setting up the ILS. It is minus 19 degrees outside the airplane. We're in clouds. I'm going to come over here and do engine anti-ice. Just cuz. But no shame in also using the autopilot. I mean, seriously, no shame at all. These are complex airplanes, and it's not simple flying. Okay, looking good here at 0.79. So the wind slowed us down a touch, but not much. Well, that's why I really work hard to do that here right now. I kind of feel like the way the world is, that's what's needed. Is a place for anybody to come on in. Have a good, reasonable expectation of not having to deal with crazy or in the world. And hopefully we can keep it going. JB Pilot says we need to stretch. Probably a good idea. Mike says that taking off is optional, landing is mandatory. It is, unless you're going to go orbital and bounce off the atmosphere. Well, Street, that's another thing about what we're doing here. I mean, this is a pretty. I mean, yeah, there's some negative things going on right now, which with ATC, there's some controversies here and there, but they're really small controversies and stuff. Not big deals at all. And so this is a great place to come and, tune out of the crazy in the real world and come and fly with friends for a while and take a badly needed break from this. Okay, everything looks good. We do have anti-ice on. We are 167 nautical miles from top of descent. But yeah, Airbus food, I kind of fell into the live stream stuff by accident. Totally, this was a hobby and then became my lifeboat after, my career, blew up on me and about, thousands of other people and stuff. So this became a lifeboat, but the best thing I figure we can do right now is fly together, keep it positive and fun, and be as supportive as we can too. And then this gives us a way to time out. There are fringe parts of any community. Yes, there are. There are for sure. Okay, everything's good here. A little bit slower, so we're going to need to bump the throttles a little bit. So we're at 87.2. Let's go to 88. and see what happens. Okay, the little pink line is back up here again. That's right, you don't know what the next calling is. If I would have told you, you know, this is what I would have ended up doing, I was, no way. But had no idea, you know, what was going to blow up in, you know, the old job world, and, you know, still looking around to see what might be in the new world. But for now, this has been an incredible adventure. And, you know, like I said, it's a lifeboat. Okay, we're still climbing Mach 0.79. Street says Street does a lot of Air Canada flights on the West Coast. CRJ and Airbus flights. Oh, there's all sorts of great routes in Canada. Well, yeah, it isn't just the business I used to be in. There's a lot of businesses that are just in, like, free fall, it seems like. I don't know. And so a lot of folks are really kind of hurting, job-wise and otherwise. Okay, Mach 0.802. Let's come over here. Okay, 88.2. $87.9. Let's see how that works. The C750 does an auto descent. JSG Droid says no extra buttons to push like in the Airbus. Okay, we're holding about Mach 0.804. That's good. And JB Pilot said to stretch. I think we all did that, right? Been flying for about 5 hours today, so that's pretty good. You ought to stretch too. 142 miles to top of descent. And JSG Droid says the C750, the Citation 10, it's doing an almost perfect descent. Street still is doing 9 to 5, but you want to try to retire in the next 15 years or so. But it seems impossible. It is. A lot of things are changing. And, you know, not necessarily in a good way for most. So it's really hard to try and figure and plan. I should visit Dublin. Well, that's where Arthur Guinness started the Guinness thing. I mean, yeah, if I were ever to be able to tour, I'd love to. Although I'd probably stay. Menifee says that I expect on a bumpy approach today. 17 to 20 knot crosswinds into Sun Valley. But yeah, Street, a lot of people's plans have gotten, you know, turned upside down. Mine did too. I mean, starting with the crash of 2008. I mean, that thing, you know, was really the first deep blow to my world. You know, I'd played the 401k game, and, you know, my 401k got bought by a company, got bought by a company, got bought by a company, until it was one of those bad companies that ended up crashing. So that went away, and in 2008, that's when pretty much ownership and management declared war on the workforce. So, you know, just trying to make the kinds of plans that, say, our parents and our grandparents did is impossible right now. And if you look at economic trends, not to get too serious, but economic trends have been pretty crappy for average people since the 70s. So Vex Freeze, you got it too? It did. I think that 2008 really did send shockwaves through everybody. And the fact that, you know, the people that perpetrated that big mess just got away with it, you know? So, but yeah, it was a very big deal that we're still dealing with today. And it's, you add, and again, I hate jumping on this, but you add in the current crazy of the world today, and it's pretty scary. Darren Vox is back in chat on YouTube. Hi, Darren Vox. Another Ruben, the Dutch pension system, you heard horror stories. If all goes, which is you should have more than, really? So you've got about a month and then you're on the pension system, Ruben? Airbus, and I never saw any of that coming. Never, not at all. Now, I mean, you know, back in the time, yes, Street OG, then COVID hit. And that was another big thing. So, I mean, the stress that everybody's under these days is really real. It was very brutal for investments. Brutal for a lot of businesses. So yeah, it's not our imagination that the human, you know, normal everyday people are under a lot of stress that they've never been under before. And it's important to remember, we were talking earlier, you know, about going to the hospital and getting your heart attack, you know, if you had a heart attack, getting that fixed, or fixing a broken bone. But the emotional and the mental stuff that's going on is really hard to deal with. And it's important to take time to, you know, take good care of yourself. That's why I wrap up every live stream and every video with please stay healthy and stay safe, because it's hard. You'll have more combined from state and collective pension. That's great. Ruben, I'm really glad to hear. It's good to know that some people are doing well and surviving, and that their plans are coming together. It is. There are hardships for everybody that are going on right now. And I'm not in touch with an awful lot of the people, well, with anybody that I used to work with, but through things like LinkedIn and all of that, I see the things that they're posting, and a lot of my former colleagues are in far worse shape than I'm in. And I'm just so that's why when I say thank you for the support and helping me to keep all this going, I'm really grateful. Because, you know, these are people that do what I used to do, content creation. They can't do it anymore. And they just don't know what to do. Yeah, so that's, you know, blessings and stuff. Okay, where are we? We are 11 minutes from top of descent in 96 miles. Coming in on over here at Soldi, we want to be at 10,400 feet. No ATC, so let's clear ourselves down to 10,400 feet. Yeah, radio and TV. Wanted to work in aviation, but I'm nearsighted and couldn't get a job then. It was 10,400 feet. 10,400 feet. Okay, and it's really small, so zoom in and take a look and make sure. Hey, Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Airbus and food. So 441, the official flight number. You know, whether it's Ryanair or Air Canada or whatever, 441. 441, long before there was VATSIM, there was an air traffic control network called SATCO. That's the forerunner of VATSIM and also IVAO2. They kind of split SATCO up at that point. And in the world of SATCO, what happened is when you logged in, you only got a password. You did not have a username. You logged in with a flight number and a password. And your flight number, you changed your flight number and password by changing a configuration file, which back in the day was not the easiest thing to do. So when I first started on SATCO, my flight number was United Airlines, and I just pulled 441 out of thin air. It's not a special number. But that's how it is that I've continued using 441, and there you go. JSG Droid said, 14 years ago, flat busted, super in debt, found a strong supportive community. That's important. If you can find the community, and JSG Droid is an incredible pulled it out of the dive of death, right? And so, yeah, if you found your community and a group of people that can support you, I mean, that's the thing. That's another reason why it is that I'm so incredibly grateful for the spy flight. Because my support community evaporated with my career. And, you've heard about being ghosted and stuff like that. Once you're out of the business that I was in, you're out. And everybody, you've got the plague. They don't want to talk to you. So another huge reason for the spy flight is this is where I go for a little bit of support. I'm human too and desperately need a little bit of that. It's like anybody else. It's not just about paying the bills, so. Another Ruben, you had 3 to 4 years in radio, sadly not as popular due to streaming. I miss radio too. I've always kind of wanted to find one of those streaming radio stations. I found one, but they had this dodgy little agreement about music and how all of that was supposed to work, and I thought, I'm not going to get involved because music on the internet is a really crazy thing. It really is. And so I kind of wanted to do that, but so you can do that, Ruben. Fact is, there's a free app that you can get on the Microsoft Store. It's called Transitions DJ. And this is how I will sometimes sit and play this just because I really like putting songs together. I just enjoyed that. That was a fun part of radio, so I'll do that. Menifee has had a great landing, minus 129. JSG Droid, see, you can't replace that. You cannot replace believing in yourself again. And, if you've had a career blow up on you and stuff like that, holy moly. And get ghosted and everything. If you found people who can make you believe in yourself again, that is an incredible gift. Thank you for saying so, Airbusin. Yeah, live radio is disappearing. Podcasts aren't the same. In live radio, it's all automated. It's all automated. It's one computer file playing another computer file with a pre-recorded voiceover. It's not like live radio. I would like to do spy radio, and I've played with that, low vis. I have. The problem is the music police. The biggest problem is going to be the music police. Right now the music that I'm playing is stuff that I bought from Epidemic Sound. That's it. That's all I can play. Without the music police on either Twitch or YouTube coming after me. And the music police are very, very scary people. They are really scary people. They'll put you out of business. And in my case, I can't afford that. This is my lifeboat. I don't know where else I could go. So, WSPY radio. Live talk radio, I could do that. I just don't. First of all, there's a lot of talk that's going on out there as it is anyway. There really is a lot of talk out there, especially with the way that the world has blown up on us. I just don't know that that's something that I ought to get involved with. I have opinions just like everybody else. And some of it is, I don't want to lose 30% of my friends, so. Oh, yeah, live talk is disappearing too. JSG Droid learned gratitude. That's where your life force, and that's changed for you too. Yeah, there's a lot of opinion out there right now. It's oversaturated with everything, and that's just not the best thing I think that I want to do. Twitch has a new offer for DJs with DJ program, but it basically requires a new account. I don't know. Yeah, live talk radio has become TikTok and YouTube. And you know, the business I used to be in, I used to do local news and local weather, mostly weather. But I started off, you know, as a news reporter and a news anchor, and did that for the first 15 years of my 30-year career. Even that, I mean, you know, the amount of tune out when it comes to over the air or even over the cable news is really going down, and you're finding the information is now online. TikTok, I'm not on TikTok, but I am doing, I do watch some stuff over on YouTube. Sparkies is here, welcome aboard. So Airbus and food, I did not go to school to be a meteorologist. I started off school to be a pilot. I was in an aviation program, and I was in it for a number of years where I'd pretty much completed about 70% of what I needed to get a minor in meteorology. And then at that point in time, the department chair comes in and says, look, you're nearsighted, you're not going to get a job. You're not going to get a job in aviation. You're just not. You know, maybe in the accounting department or something like that. So then I decided, okay, what am I going to do now? I went and visited a DJ at a radio station that I really liked, and he basically popped in and said, you know, this is what you have to do if you want to get a job in broadcasting. And so I found the best broadcasting school in the state, transferred there, and my education is in broadcasting and journalism. My meteorological knowledge, or whatever, or I don't know if knowledge is the word, comes from basically the time that I spent learning to be a pilot. I'm a communicator, and sadly they've gotten rid of everybody that, you know, is good at communication in the business. So that's why it's so brutal to watch these days. I grew up watching really, really good communicators. And I had some incredible mentors. You know, and you know, a lot of them aren't with us anymore. J. Ralph Carter was an old DJ, did the weather, and I learned so much from J. Ralph. In fact, things that I learned from J. Ralph is stuff that I do right now. And I'll give you the secret. Here it is. This is what J. Ralph taught me back in 1984. I went to work for J. Ralph as a DJ at his radio station, and he said, okay, you ready for the rules? There aren't any, but here's what I expect. Your job is to have fun and sound like you're having fun. Because if you're having fun, your audience is having fun, and they'll come back for more. And I gotta tell you, that is something that has stayed with me since 1984, and it works. And so J. Ralph was huge, a huge influence in my life. There was a Denver news anchor, top of descent time to reduce our speed. There was a news anchor in Denver named Ed Sardella. Ed was the news anchor at 9 News for almost 20 years. I learned so much about news from Ed. He was huge in my life. And I also spent an awful lot of time studying 2 of the network guys. And those 2 were Peter Jennings. God, I miss Peter Jennings every freaking day. And Charlie Gibson, both of ABC News, back when ABC News was really, really good. And so those were the people that I learned from and studied from, and that's what kept me, that was a career. And those people are gone. Another one that I studied later in my career was Edward R. Murrow. I spent a lot of time with Murrow's books and his broadcasts because he essentially invented it all, really, in a way. I mean, he had a lot of help. I mean, Make no mistake, CBS, you really, in those days, you had a lot of help, but still. Love is a great worldwide weather report. I do a little bit, it's a very short one, and I put this out occasionally. I love the live stream. I love Twitch. Love flying around every day. I do need to figure out a way to make what I do here a little bit bigger. There's a YouTube video over on my channel, and it's behind the scenes here at SPY HQ. And what we can do today with OBS Studio and Meld and Stream Deck are amazing. And I just feel like I've got to figure out a way to grow this. I just don't know how yet. If you have suggestions over on Discord, I would be grateful for anything that you want to suggest. Yeah, Peter Jennings, radio station here, infamous for scripting everything. You can tell when you're listening. Ruben, yeah, there's a lot of scripting. A lot of spontaneous broadcasting's gone. We need to increase our rate of descent. I've been yapping way too much. You were a musician. You were playing in a band. And that had a huge effect on you. I didn't know that Peter was into horses. I didn't know that Peter did... Peter Jennings was horses? I didn't know he did any of that. Was it Charlie Gibson? Had a big horse hobby. I had no idea. Well, the thing is you're right. Will from online. ABC was in trouble. ABC, when ABC, back in the day, in the what they call the golden age, I guess, it was CBS and NBC, and there was another network called Mutual Broadcasting back then too, and ABC was like this distant fourth, and that was the days of radio and everything else. Then they started to pick it up with sports a little bit. They started doing good with that. There was one of the people there was named Rune Arledge. Rune Arledge was one of the producers at ABC Sports. That was back in the real golden day when they were coming up with Wide World of Sports. That's when they dreamed up Monday Night Football, when it was an incredibly big deal. And then they started to they brought it, and this was a huge controversy at the time. I remember at the time, they brought Rune Arledge into ABC News. Yeah, that's right, Frank Reynolds back in the day, Scotty Bob. Yes. Well, Jules Bergman, he was their science editor. And Jules Bergman, there were some things that happened with NASA at the time, and Jules Bergman really helped people understand what was going on. Apollo 1, Apollo 13, and some of the other things. He was a really good science editor. Mike remembers Walter Cronkite. Yes, everybody watched Walter Cronkite back then. Everybody did at the time. Yeah, that's what did it to him. Peter Jennings had given up smoking. And then 9/11, and if you know what what happened on 9/11 was hard on everybody. It was hard on Peter too. He spent a lot of time on the air then. I was at an affiliate back on 9/11, and it was hard. So yes, he did. He started smoking again then, and that's what did it to him, essentially. JSG Droid, there was a code back then. Sort of, not a code. I don't want to use that word. But we understood the difference between facts and opinion. We really did there was a difference between the opinion page and the news pages, and you worked really, really, really hard to keep opinion out of news and news out of opinion. There was a brick wall in there, you know, like, and that's kind of gone away in some cases, not in all, but in some. And there's a lot of other things too. This got way too serious. But okay, our descent is pretty good. We're doing pretty good on speed. I need to go and do this. It really was a fascinating world, Carrot. It was a fascinating world to learn about. If you're looking at seeing a little bit of that, there aren't too many good things to watch about broadcasting. There's some good things on YouTube about Murrow and Ed Murrow's show, See It Now. If you've heard some other people talking about it, you know, some broadcasters have a sign-off. I guess my sign-off is, you know, please take, you know, stay safe, stay healthy. Murrow was the guy that said good night and good luck. Slowly bring our descent rate down. That's helping a bit. But there's some cool things that you can go and watch about to give you an idea. There was a very good movie that was produced by George Clooney a number of years ago called Good Night and Good Luck. That's the way it is. That was Walter Cronkite. Yep. And that's the way it is. Yeah, that was one. Linda Ellerby was And So It Goes. Those are the ones I remember. There was one guy, he was in New York, something about thanks for your time until next time when we get together. I don't remember what that was. That was a good one. Altimeter. Ooh, altimeter. Gotta do weather. Flight plan. Refresh. 3020. 3020. Wow, high pressure here considering what we left from. 3020. 3020 over here. And altimeters are checked and set. Good. Pod, thank you for saying so. Well, you have to remember though, Street. Yeah, people acted like he was being bad and stuff like that. You've got no idea how prevalent, how I mean, cigarettes were literally everywhere. What was it? Ian Fleming went through 2 or 3 packs a day. It wasn't just James Bond. But I like Jennings an awful lot because he also got conversational. He could be very conversational with an audience. Plus he'd also spent a lot of time as a reporter after the first thing. Loviz says after January and surviving COVID, we watch none of the cable networks. I've gotten, well, I don't have cable, so I can't watch them, but Loviz, I can get enough information with some online publications, online publications and some YouTube channels, and I get everything I need. And, the fear part of it that you're talking about. One of the famous lines from Murrow, from the days of Murrow and all that, this was in the days of See It Now. So this was after Murrow came back from London, from World War II. Television had just started, And they were about ready to do a very big broadcast on See It Now. You can watch that show on YouTube for free. And it was the famous McCarthy broadcast. There was a senator back in the day, and there was a certain amount of... I don't know how to explain it without getting political, because there are people that still like McCarthy. But Murrow, they were about ready to do their McCarthy broadcast the night before. And the short story of the McCarthy broadcast was the night before they had to have a meeting. And the meeting was about, we're going to do this show, we're going to be attacked badly, and they're going to come after us. And so we need you all, everybody on the news team, to tell us if there's anything in your past that they can use against us. We need to know now. And it's in all the books about Murrow and stuff like that. Everybody gets really quiet because everybody gets afraid. And Murrow looks at everybody and says, the fear is right here in this room. So when Loviz talks about the fear is in the world right now. It really is. But yeah, Jennings also, he worked very hard. He really did. Okay, 210 knots. Now JSG droid sleeps. Creams, Creamers, right? Over on YouTube. Hi, Creamers. Welcome aboard. We got awfully deep today. I appreciate getting to talk like this. Maybe we should start thinking about doing some things over on Discord like this or something. Well, that was one of the things back in the day. Roger Mudd was calm and even. One of the big things that your job was to do was to calm people down a little bit. You know, was not to scare people. It was to be a voice of calm and reason and everything else. It wasn't to, freak out. And there were people that took that very, very seriously. We're going a little bit fast here. I may be a little high on the approach. Yeah, I'm a little high on the approach. Speed brakes all out.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured. Every bit helps.
Thanks, you.
Agent.
Somebody did something nice. Hang on a sec. 5,500. One of the things that's supposed to be really growing on Twitch is just chatting. And you can also do that over on YouTube. Street just did 2,000 bits. Street OG, thank you. That was really nice. Holy moly. Thank you so much for such a nice cheer. Maybe we ought to start, we'll figure out a way that we can do this over on Discord. Turn on the audio channel so it's not just me yapping away. Speeds for landing, performance, set speeds 140, 145. Yeah, it's going to yell at me, but I need some drag. I got the runway. Airbussin', thank you. I can't read that. We have to land.
Sink rate. Sink rate. 1,000. Full up.
Sun Valley traffic. There is a Air Canada CRJ. Very short finals coming in hot.
500. 400.
Sun Valley.
Up. 300. Too low. Terrain.
No good.
200. Too low. Flaps.
No good. Going around. Sun Valley traffic, Air Canada 441 going around.
Too low. Terrain.
Holy cats. Okay, we're supposed to go to what that was 10,500, right, JSG Droid? Let's bug that. Get the airplane under control. That's good. There's 10,500. I think we're good. There's 10,500. There's 230 knots. We're going to try and hold 210. It doesn't do, yeah, that doesn't do the missed approach procedure. We just have to kind of make it up as we go. Okay, there's 11,000. There's 240. There we are over there. I appreciate some of the things I'm catching out of the corner of my eye that you're writing. I just have to concentrate on the airplane, but I appreciate what's being said. Okay, let's roll out and see if we can't get the AP working for us here. Heading hold. Heading. We got heading set. And let's see. Let's do AP. And let's vertical speed. We're going to go to 10,000 feet. Okay, you gonna hold 10,000 for me, airplane? Oops, 300 knots. We don't need to be going that fast. Okay, that looks good. Now, how we doing over here? Let's go. The reciprocal for this airport is... Oh, you can't zoom in that way. 132. Let's turn to a heading of 132 degrees. 132 degrees. There we go. That looks really good. Now then, let's see who else is coming in here. I don't want to cut anybody off. We have a QXE flight. They're coming in too. They're far out. I think I can do this before they even get close. Okay, looking good. Let's go back to the arrival. We need to go down to 8,000 feet. And let's go and descend to 8,000 feet. There is 8,000 feet, vertical speed, and down we go. How about 1,500 feet per minute? Okay, we got that. That looks good. Let's bring the map out a little. Do we still have the arrival in? Yeah, we still have that. Okay, there's Gunnell right over there. Perfect. We can make this work. Okay, how's our speed? 240, that's not so bad. I think we're in good shape. Descending to 8,000 feet. Whew. Okay, landing lights. We ought to do those things. Landing lights are good. Seatbelts. Gotta do that. I don't know that you have the option for runway 13 unless it's some sort of a big bad emergency or something like that. Pyroblaster, gonna call it a night. Hey, Pyroblaster, you know what? Thank you for coming in and just doing a quick visit. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Have a really great evening. We'll see you next time. We could circle to land. I'm not 100% sure that I'm ready to circle to land. Not 100% sure I'm ready for a circle to land after all that. Sun Valley traffic. Air Canada 441's a CRJ on the downwind for runway 31 after a go around. Descending and turning final in about 5 miles. Nick just followed. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Okay, 8,000 feet. We're going to use this to get us to 210 knots. That's good. Let's do a turn. There we go. There's our turn. $8,000 feet is good. Speed's finally coming down a little bit. There's 230 knots. Flaps 1. Reversers armed. There we go. Reversers are armed. Hey, we haven't scratched the paint yet. Okay, there's 210 knots. Well, 200. We missed it by 10 knots, but that's good. Okay, what do we have for speeds to land today? We're calling it 140 landing. We'll call it 145 to land. 145 to land. Exiting left. Okay, there's 210. Throttle down. Next speed for us is going to be 180. 180. That's good. DAV source. Let's just use the FMS. Let's just be visual. We can do this. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Flaps 5. No, 8. Flaps are 8. Gear. There's 180. Flaps 20. 10 miles. I'm going to bring my map in a click. There we go. Looking good. And posture check. And do we see an airport? It's probably just on the other side of that little hill. Okay, now we're getting too slow. Way too slow. We're going to fall out of the sky. Engines. Engines, come on. Hello, engines. My throttles are not coming up. Holy moly. Autopilot's off. Autopilot won't disengage. There we go. Now we got engines. Oh my gosh. Something froze. Okay, AP is good. Gear going down. Low Vis has popcorn now. Flaps 30. There's our little valley. Okay, what was that speed? 145. Let's set a bug for that so we don't go too slow, which we're already pretty close to going too slow already. Sun Valley traffic. Air Canada 441, turning final for runway 31, landing Sun Valley. Something was frozen in the sim. I don't know what it was, but something was frozen. Larson just arrived. Welcome, Larson. Much better. Flaps. The clouds hanging over the valley don't help very much to see the runway. I think it's a last little turn here. Pod wants to visit this part of the country someday. Got a road over there. Now we got a runway coming out of the mist. A little hard today. Holy moly. What a flight. Sun Valley traffic. Air Canada 441 clear of runway 31. Taxi to parking. Happy landings. Boy, is it misty coming in. Sun Valley. Wow. Okay, the terminal is going to be a right turn off of this. We did okay. It was a little bit on the hard side. How bad? How hard was it? It was minus 623. That's not good. That's a little bit hard, wasn't it? Let's see if we can find the terminal here. Come on, airplane. Minus 623. Ouch. That was hard. Yeah, I think it's 400 or 500 or something for the landing gear to be inspected. Hey, look who's here. One of the very first people to discover the spy flight. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And also, Trip Taker's the one that introduced us all to the Volcano Burger. Hi, Trip Taker. Welcome. Boy, did we have an arrival today. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Welcome aboard. I hope you're doing well. Trip Taker has been here for 97 months, and Trip Taker just did a Tier 2. Thank you for the support. I hope all is well at Trip HQ, and that there are some new trips coming. And flaps up. Disarm the reversers. Star Lugo says yellow cards. Welcome, welcome, and thanks for coming in today. Looking for the terminal up here. So the terminal apron's on the other side of the building. Well, hopefully tomorrow's first landing will be better. Tomorrow is Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. Most are minus 600 in theory, but usually it's based more on G's, but there's no hard landing measurement on board. So it's the pilot's job to report a hard landing. Hard landing? Oh, where? I didn't see any hard landing. I didn't see any hard landing. That's probably the way it is. We don't want to be like Air Peace and not report our tail strikes and stuff. The landing gear is still attached to the airplane and we are rolling. So my guess is, yes, indeed, we're okay. Uh-oh. There was a car coming out. And looks like we've got an Alaska E-Jet over there. Hey, Astro Singularity. If you fail to report and it collapses on the next flight, you're in big trouble. That's right. Unlike the PMDG 737s where you can blow a tire. You can blow a tire on those. And if you stomp on the brakes too hard, it'll lock up your brakes. I think that's about as far as we can go. That big monster tug is in the way. Okay, I got the APU up and running. Yeah, sure did. Cool. Let's do engines. Engine 1. Engine 2. Come on back here. Stop squawking. Come up here. Fuel boost pumps off. Couple of hydraulic systems off. Beacon and seat belts. Oh, and probe heaters too. Come on down here. Aircraft. Chocks. Doors, 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 doors. And ground power cart connected. And then GSX probably will request deboarding. And GSX, by the way, is going to need... GSX is going to need an update. And here comes the conveyor belt, and all is right. And I don't know if we actually see people get off of this airplane or not, but it will unload everything. Tim Dog says it's because the tires are blown because of the hot brakes. Loviz immediately conducts a lot of maintenance all at once. Riz is in chat on YouTube. Hi, Riz. And Jade is here too. Jade is having your CPT for the C1 rating in Cairo on the 30th of August, 1600 to 18. We need to depart. We usually start at 1800 Zulu. So we would be a little bit late for that. But we could always, some of us can come and fly anyway, and we'll do a departure out of Cairo. That's great. Jades, how you feeling about the test? Are you feeling good about it, about your C1 rating?
Passengers deboarding starting.
Let's see if we see passengers getting off this airplane. I don't know if they actually do in the... Oh, look at that. Passengers are getting off the plane. I see somebody standing there. So there's somebody standing in the door. Hey, look at that. People are getting... I didn't know that this worked. How about that? We have people walking out of this one. Yes, we do like to fly out of... absolutely. So, Loviz, thank you for copying that. And we'll be there. Like I said, it's a little... the live stream starts about the time you're going to be getting done, but we'll still come there maybe a little bit early or something like that. Confident enough, really? Right on. Congratulations on that. There's some really great ATC around Cairo, too. So, appreciate you. Loviz, are we gonna... You gotta tell... We'll just do Sharm el Sheikh for that flight, which is a good one. We've been there for sure. How long have I been simming? Rids, far too long. No, not too long. Just a long time. I'm not long. Not far too long. It's been a long time, but it's been a good time. And it's going to continue, not stopping or anything like that. We have all sorts of really great airplanes. We have great ATC. We have cool airports. And the world is our playground. So that's kind of a cool thing for us. Since the days of Sublogic. Yeah, Tim Dog, that was it. Sublogic was when I first started. And that was what? The mid-'80s, I believe. The mid-'80s for Sublogic Flight Simulator for sure. Holy moly. Well, listen, there was a lot more serious talk than I usually do on a live stream like this. So if you are still putting up with me and all of that, thank you so much. Yeah, that's right. Bruce Artwick was the guy that started it all. Bruce Artwick down at the University of Chicago in Champaign, Illinois. That's how we all got this and had these and get these incredible simulators and stuff and just cool things that we get to fly with. But no, thank you for coming in. Again, we got a little deeper than we usually do. Mostly it's just sitting back and chilling out, but I am so grateful for getting to fly along with you. Looking forward to tomorrow. Tomorrow is a great day for flying. We're going to be doing vectors to Copenhagen. Our first flight is Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. Sometimes we do continuing service out of Copenhagen and go someplace else. Sometimes we hop on over to the U.S. depending upon what we see as far as VATSIMs going on. But bring your favorite airplane and we'll be flying there for sure. Time for me to say a big, huge thank you. There were some very generous gift subs this week. Thank you for boosting me back up to where we are. I'm so grateful. It's close. It's a really good place for me. So thank you for the really, really great support. But as we were talking about earlier today, Thank you so much for coming in and being friends. This is a very important time for to be to find friends and find support, and we really need it. You've got 8+ glasses prescriptions, Airbus, so you feel, it's never unfair. I know it was just a health thing, and I wouldn't have traded the industry that I was in for 30+ years. Yes, it turned bad, but it turns bad. It's turned bad for a lot of people. So I don't feel like that at all, and I'm grateful for the way the world is today. So, and having glasses and stuff like that is not fun, but, some people have it a lot worse too. Flight Sim Aviation, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Canadian Bear. Jade, thank you for being here. We'll see you at your big test. Totally Qualified was here too. Loviz, thank you. JSG Droid, both for being in chat. Really grateful that you're here. Thank you for coming on in. And if you've been flying along with me, thank you for being here too. Where should we go? Let's see who is flying right now. Let's see. Flight Sim Aviation is doing Manchester. Why don't we go and let's see. Who else do I see? I haven't been seeing.
The crew has deboarded.
Hey, the crew is deboarded. Yeah, I don't see. It looks like it's kind of an early evening. Maybe I just went on too long with my go around. So why don't we go over and see Flight Sim Aviation and see what's going on with that. Okay, thank you for being here. Have an incredibly cool evening. I appreciate the really awesome support. Thank you for the great jet fuel and the flight plan. But mostly, thank you for coming in and sharing the things that you share. Thank you for chatting away and flying away, and thank you for being such great Flight Sim friends. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. I'll have a weather burp for you first thing tomorrow morning over on Patreon, and then I'll see you at 1900 Zulu in Dusseldorf. In the meantime, of course, as always, please, 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 stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly Sim skies. Cheers.